Prayers.
Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness has appointed the offices of leaders in parliament for the welfare of society, good of all human lives upon it, and the just government of its people, we beseech you to look with your abundant favor upon us, your servants, whom you have entrusted with the performance of such important trust in this community. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our attention and deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare for this region, and of those whose interests you have committed to us. Amen.
Item number 1 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Good morning. I welcome you to today's meeting. I hope you have been able to take time off since our arrival to interact with our brothers and sisters in this beautiful city of Kigali. Once again, I wish to take this opportunity to thank His Excellency Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda, who was represented by the Right Honorable Prime Minister, for accepting to address the Assembly on Wednesday, 29th November 2023. In the same vein, allow me, on your behalf, to extend sincere gratitude to the leadership of the two houses of Parliament of Rwanda for the excellent facilitation and the courtesies that has enabled us to conduct our business smoothly. I remind you of the interparliamentary games, which will commence in few days to come, and the need to take training sessions seriously so that we could be able to compete. I undertook a number of activities on your behalf. I was privileged to attend and officially open the 6th EAC Youth Parliament Vijana Assembly, which convened from 10th to 11th November 2023 at the EALA chambers in Arusha to conduct the election of new speakers and clerks. I've participated in the 16th Bureau of EAC Speakers meeting held on 16th November 2023 in Juba, South Sudan. The Bureau discussed a wide range of issues aimed at improving the EAC integration agenda. All of the speakers wished you well. I also represented you at the 23rd Ordinary Summit of EAC Head of States, held from 23rd to 24th November 2023 at Ngurdoto Mountain Lodge in Arusha, Tanzania, to consider the progress achieved in the integration agenda, where I was joined by a few members, Honorable Angela Kiziga, Honorable Kim Gai, Honorable Kennedy Mukulia, Honorable Gaideng, Honorable Dr. Woda Jeremia, and Honorable Omar Hassan. We congratulate members of the summit for successfully admitting the Federal Republic of Somalia into the EAC bloc. The EALA speakers emeritus, the Right Honorable Abdurrahman Kinana, with the first assembly, the Right Honorable Abdurrahim Abdi with the second assembly, and the Right Honorable Daniel Kidega, the third assembly, also attended the summit. They paid a courtesy call on me, and I had the opportunity to interact jointly with them. They wished me and all of you well and urged us to remain united in order to sustain the good work and image of the assembly. I have also to recognize now, because we have visitors, we have a delegation Parliament of Uganda in this chamber. We have Member of Parliament and staff. We have Olanya Gilbert, who is the chairman of local government with constituency. But we have to recognize him. He is there, standing. And we have Obonyo Emmanuel, MP Jonam Pakwach. We have Honorable Lokwang Phillips Ilukol, Napore West, MP. We have Honorable Kamsime, who is an MP from Rukiga. Clark is from Uganda. Is it Rukiga or Rukiga? Rukiga, let's recognize him. And we have Muhindo Harold, who is Member of Parliament, Bukonzo East. We have Biamukama Nulu Joseph, Member of Parliament, Kitagwenda County. We have Kintu Godfrey, Principal Economist, Budget Officer. And we have Nansima Emmanuel, who is the clerk assistant. Honorable members, I will finish on sad notes, on sad news, because we have to condole with the government of Kenya, the government of United Republic of Tanzania, the government of Somalia. You know, these last days we faced heavy rains and floods and people have died. They have killed again approximately 120 in Kenya with Tana River. When we have approximately 60 or more in hunger in Tanzania, and Somalia lost more than 100 people. Honorable members, let's observe a moment of silence in honor of the departed souls. Thank you.
Item number 2 on the order paper, laying of papers to committee reports.
Honorable Kennedy Mukulia, Chair of Committee on General Purpose, lay your report.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to lay before the Assembly the report of the Committee on General Purpose on the EAC annual report for the period 2020-2021. I beg to lay.
Roman 2.
I call the chair of Committee on Agriculture, Tourism, and Natural Resources to lay the report.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the report of the Committee of Agriculture, Tourism, and Natural Resources on the oversight activity on control and management of single-use plastic materials in the EAC region. A report and an activity conducted from the 9th to 14th November 2023 in Moshi, United Republic of Tanzania. I beg to lay.
Item number 3 on the order paper, report of the Committee on General Purpose on the EAC annual report
Right,
for the
Honorable
period
Speaker.
2020-2021
Honorable Speaker.
by way of motion.
Yes, Honorable Somali.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I also take this opportunity to welcome our members of Parliament from the Republic of Uganda, who are also our voters for us from Uganda. And Right Honorable Speaker, I want to inform you that all of them were behind all of us who came here in this Parliament, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm raising up on a matter of regional importance. And it's a very disturbing matter. Right Honorable Speaker, 5 days ago, a group of Ugandans, students, were traveling from Uganda to the United Republic of Tanzania for a study tour. And these students, some of them did not have the passports, but they are recognized travel documents in this community, which were issued by the government of the Republic of Uganda. But these students, on reaching at the border of Namanga, they traveled very well through Malaba, entered Kenya, exited Kenya. Now, when they reached Namanga, there were immigration officers whom I think are not aware of what is supposed to be done in as far as our integration is concerned. And they stopped these students from entering the United Republic of Tanzania, claiming that they did not have proper travel documents. Right, Honorable Speaker, this matter was so disturbing, not only to me as a representative of Uganda in the East African Legislative Assembly, but to the general integration agenda. As you are aware, right, Honorable Speaker, the Republic of Kenya, the Republic of Uganda, and the Republic of Rwanda have actualized the use of their national IDs for the East Africans to travel. And we have been traveling freely in these three countries using the national identity cards. Honorable Speaker, I want to inform you that as I'm here personally, I did not use my passport. Every time I travel to Kenya or to Rwanda, I use my national ID. What is unique with the United Republic of Tanzania? Even us ourselves, every time we are traveling to Tanzania, we have to be subjected to rigorous exercise as if we are foreigners in this community, right, Honorable Speaker. The issue which I'm raising, therefore, is to draw the attention of the Council of Ministers. And I'm happy that a member of Council from the United Republic of Tanzania is here to put light on this matter and to have this issue addressed such that East Africans do not travel and get inconvenienced as if they are foreigners in this land. Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. And you know, we have this agenda today. This matter, you can maybe debate it.
Procedure, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising on a point of procedure and as well as to inform the House, Mr. Speaker, that this community concluded negotiations of a protocol, the Common Market Protocol, on 9th, and signed on 30th November 2009. This protocol, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to refer to two items. Article number 8 of the Common Market Protocol, which says that the partner states shall establish a common standard system of issuing national identification documents to their nationals, which shall be the basis for identifying the citizens of the partner states within the community. And Article number 9, Mr. Speaker, it talks about travel documents, which says a citizen of a partner state who wishes to travel to another partner state shall use a valid common standard travel document.
Honorable Dr. Makame.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I'm trying to justify one thing that
I understand, but let me talk.
Pardon?
I have to address you. How can you bring a procedure when we had one on the floor? I am advising you, Honorable Musamali, even Honorable Makame. We have this matter, and we have this report on regional affairs later today. I think this issue you are bringing here now I think we can discuss it when we will be debating that report of regional affairs this afternoon. If you agree, we can proceed.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Item number 3 on the order paper. Report
Right,
of
Honorable
the
Speaker.
committee on.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you for your guidance, Honorable Speaker. But one, which this House should be aware, and this community, is that this matter, I did not bring it in the form of a motion. And two, it is not part of the discussion on the report of regional affairs, right, on Speaker. I raised it as a matter of regional importance. And right, on Speaker, in your wisdom, I think allow a member, whether chair of council or a member of any member of council, to respond to this matter, to clarify. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg, I thank you. And by the way, right, Honorable Speaker.
Order, Mr. Speaker.
This one is not about only the movement of students. It's even other East Africans, right, Honorable Speaker. Kindly, thank you.
Are you introducing a motion or what? If you want to really to bring this issue seriously on the floor, why don't you come through a motion? Why?
Order, Mr. Speaker. Order. Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for giving me a chance as a member of the Regional Affairs Committee to support what you have said, that we have debate on issues of regional affairs, and that is an opportunity for both the presenter or the move of the motion or any reply to come in at that time. I therefore would like to know, Mr. Speaker, whether it is in order for any member here to challenge your wise guidance. We have a whole afternoon to discuss issues of regional importance. I therefore support your guidance, and I challenge anyone going against the ruling of the Speaker. I beg, suggest, Mr. Speaker.
Let's proceed.
Order number 3.
Proceed, your right, Honorable Speaker. Proceed, your right, Honorable Speaker.
Clerk.
Order number 3.
Clerk.
Report of the Committee on General Purpose.
Proceed, your right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I have ruled.
Yes.
I have ruled I have ruled. You have to proceed.
Item number 3 on the order paper. Report of the Committee on General Purpose on the EAC Annual Report for the period 2020-2021 by way of motion.
Honorable Chair of GP, propose, move your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to raise a motion that the report of the Committee on General Purpose on the EAC Annual Report for the period 2020-2021 be adopted. I beg to move.
Do you have seconders? Honorable Victor, Honorable Dr. Makame, Honorable Ndangiza and the others. Thank you. Now you can justify your motion and present your report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the East African Legislative Assembly is one of the organs of the East African Community established under Article 9 of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community. The Assembly largely exercises the oversight function through its committee. The Committee on General Purpose is one of the 6 standing committees of the East African Legislative Assembly that is charged with, among others, matters related to the EAC annual report, health, education, gender, and budget. Under Article 49(2)(c) of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community, the Assembly is, among others, mandated to consider the annual report on the activities of the community. Further, under Article 59(3)(a) of the treaty provides that the Council shall publish annually and present to a meeting of the Assembly a general report of the activities of the community and which the Assembly shall consider at its meeting. In fulfillment of the above treaty provisions, the Chairperson Council of Ministers laid before the Assembly the EAC Annual Report 2020-2021 on 4th April 2023 in Bujumbura, Burundi. Subsequently, the Speaker referred the report to the Committee on General Purpose for consideration. In exercise of its oversight mandate, the Committee on General Purpose convened meeting from 18th to 22nd November 2023 in Kigali, Rwanda. And the committee interacted with the Deputy Secretary General Customs, Trade and Monetary Affairs and other technical staff from the EAC Secretariat on the 1st December 2023 and 4th December 2023 at the Chambers of Deputies in Kigali, Rwanda to consider the EAC annual report and presents its report to this August House for adoption. The East African Community Annual Report for 2020-2021 provides a comprehensive overview of the organizational performance and achievements during the period. In analyzing the reports, it's important to consider the report's strengths, weaknesses to gain a deeper understanding of its contents and implications. The methodology employed. While undertaking this oversight activity, the committee reviewed and analyzed the EAC annual report for 2020-2021. 2, interacted with the Deputy Secretary General Customs, Trade and Monetary Affairs, Director Planning, and other relevant staff from the EAC Secretariat. 3, prepared a report on the EAC annual report for consideration by this Assembly. Findings and observations. The annual report effectively outlined the strategic objectives, highlighting its commitment to promoting regional integration, economic growth, and sustainable development across the partner states. While the report provides an overview of achievements, it could benefit from a more critical analysis of the obstacles faced and the strategies employed to address them. This would offer valuable insight into the EAC capacity for problem solving and adaptive management. Structure weakness of the report. One potential weakness of the annual report is the lack of in-depth analysis of the evaluation of the challenges and the barriers encountered in implementing regional integration initiatives. Additionally, the report lacks a comprehensive assessment of the impact of the EAC programs and initiatives on the livelihoods of the citizens within the partner states. For example, the report does not indicate key performance indicators and the resultant impact of the implemented activities of the people, on the people of EAC. Therefore, it becomes difficult to evaluate how the budget was executed. Impact of projects. The report further indicates that some projects have come to completion, such as the 50 million Women Speak project, which was being implemented by EAC and other regional economic communities. However, the report does not indicate the number of beneficiaries and the level at which it has transformed the lives of the people of East Africa. A more detailed assessment of the impact of this project will be valuable. There is no linkages and alignment between the challenges encountered and the recommendation therein in the report. 3, there is a disconnect between the planned activities and the outcomes, making it difficult to assess the effectiveness of the EAC planning and implementation processes. 4, many of the acronyms and technical terms were not defined, which makes the reading or comprehension of the report challenging. Some of the unidentified defined abbreviations include, among others, RAIBS, CADAP, NDC. Equally, the quality of the report is substandard in terms of language, grammatical composition of sentences, and the level of analysis. In response, the officers from the EAC Secretariat commented stating that the annual report is usually subject to professional editing after approval by the Assembly before publishing. The officers committed to ensuring the production of quality reports and subjecting them to quality assurance and professional editing before submitting to the Assembly. The Council of Ministers has persistently failed to comply with the provisions of Article 49(2)(c) of the treaty, which states that the Assembly shall consider annual report on the activities of the community, annual audited reports of the Audit Commission, and any other report referred to it by Council. Article 59(3)(a) further provides that the Council shall publish annually and present a meeting of the Assembly a general report on the activities of the community and which the Assembly shall consider at its meeting. However, the report under consideration is for the period July 2020 to June 2021, leaving a backlog of 2 reports for the financial year 2021, 2022, and 2022 to 2023 that are yet to be tabled before the Assembly and considered by the committee. It is important to note that the failure of the Council of Ministers to table before the Assembly the EAC annual reports in time undermines the oversight mandate of the Assembly. As a result, the Assembly cannot effectively evaluate the impact of each year's budget on the lives and people of the community. It should also be noted that the annual report for the financial year 2020-2021 indicates a report for Finance Department showing the statements for that period. This suggests that it is feasible for the Secretariat to present the annual report at the same time with the report of the EAC annual audited accounts. This will allow the Assembly to consider both reports at the same time, while also ensuring that the annual report is presented in a timely manner. The authenticity of the EAC annual report 2020-2021 is called into question due to the absence of signatures and a publication date. These missing elements raises concern about the report's credibility and validity. The absence of the signatures from authorized officials, such as the EAC Secretary General and the chairperson of the EAC Council of Ministers, cast doubts on the report's authenticity. Signatures serve as a form of authentication, indicating that the individual named have reviewed and approved the content of the report. Without these signatures, it is difficult to be certain that the report accurately reflects the activities and financial performance. Further, the lack of publication date is another significant concern. to assess the EAC progress in addressing NTBs. The report is inconsistent in its reporting, with some items falling outside the financial year 2020-2021 review period. While the report is meant to cover the financial year 2020-21, it is simultaneously indicated that most of the programs were either implemented in 2016 to 2019 or even the years beyond June 2021. Some items being reported are out of the period under review. For example, under the Political Federation Department, it was reported that budget execution amounting to 801,530 for the Federation for the financial year 2018-2029. The monitoring and evaluation unit reports of 93% for the financial year 2017-2018. Such inconsistency cuts across organs, institutions, and the departments, which is a clear indication that the report is largely a copy and paste from previous reports. The report does not provide up-to-date statistics. For instances, under customs and trade, there is no indication of intra-EAC trade levels, trade volumes, or achievements in regional trade. Additionally, the Department of Industrial Development fails to provide statistics on job creation, while the Agriculture Department omits information on cotton and the leather value chains from the production to market access within the EAC region. Additional inaccuracies are evident in the figures presented for the EAC population during the review period. For recent, under one instance, it was 150 million. Another one is talking of 186 million. Another one is also talking of 121 million. Somewhere it's 169.6 million. Without accurate and robust well-sourced data on the social and economic outcomes of the EAC achievement intervention, it is challenging to evaluate the organizational achievement in delivering tangible benefits to the population. The committee observed that despite positive impacts on projects the EAC umbrella is undertaking, the citizenry is not aware of the EAC vital role in facilitating their implementation. Communicating to the citizenry on the EAC will serve not only to create awareness of the EAC, but also to help build the goodwill of the EAC to the people, and thus effectively communicate the relevance and importance of integration. Some of the achievements reported by the organs and institutions are not achievement, but rather activities, stock meetings undertaken during the period under review. An example is the reporting under the Department of Civil Aviation and Airports on page 19, where it is reported under Civil Aviation and Airports that a meeting of the Subcommittee on Air Transport was held in March 2021. Under communication, a meeting of technical experts to review the concept paper, among others, were held. Additionally, overlapping mandates, the Lake Victoria fishery organizations and the Lake Victoria Basin Commission shared a significant overlap in their mandate, both focusing on the management and development of the Lake Victoria Basin. The overlap creates inefficiencies and redundancies, as both institutions often duplicate efforts and struggle to effectively coordinate their activities. Combining resources and expertise of both institutions shall increase efficiency. Under staffing, the committee was informed that the Department of Planning, Research, Monitoring, and Evaluation is critically understaffed, with only one staff currently working in the department. This severe understaffing is a major concern, as the department plays a crucial role in ensuring the effective implementation and monitoring of the programs and initiatives of the community. The committee held a comprehensive discussion with the Deputy Secretary General Customs, Trade, Monetary Affairs, and the Director Planning on the EAC annual report for the financial year 2020-2021. The committee expressed its gratitude to the DSG and the Director for Planning for their valuable presence and participation. Regrettably, the committee did not meet the ministers in charge of EAC affairs because of their absence. The committee's interaction with the ministers was intended to facilitate a deeper understanding of the annual report and identify areas for improvement. This lack of attendance hindered the engagement from taking place. Recommendation. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council to direct the Secretariat to improve the structure, quality of the report, including accurate reporting on statistics, accuracy of data, and identified gaps as observed by the committee above. The committee further recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to table before the Assembly all the pending reports for the period 2021, 2022, and 2022-2023 by March 2024. The committee emphasized the necessity for the meticulous gathering of data from all partner states to provide a comprehensive overview of the EAC activities, achievements, and challenges during the period 2020-2021. It is crucial to rectify the current discrepancies in the statistics on the intra-EAC trade, specifically addressing the exclusion of the Republic of South Sudan. The report should accurately reflect trade relationship, acknowledging existing trade dynamics. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to take immediate action to address the understaffing in the monitoring and evaluation unit by hiring additional staff. Upon reviewing the EAC annual report for the financial year 2020-2021, the committee determines that it does not adequately meet the standards of the community and the Assembly. The report is, among others, largely a copy and paste of previous reports and lacks authenticity in terms of signatures and date of publication, and it does not provide accurate information. In light of these shortcomings, the committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to undertake a comprehensive revision of the report to ensure that it addresses the concern raised by the Assembly and also ensures that the future reports meet standards of the community. The revised reports will then be tabled, resubmitted for tabling. In this situation, the committee is telling the Assembly that it rejects the annual report 2021-2020 and therefore urge the Assembly to adopt the report of the committee, not the annual report. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Now the debate is open, and unless there is a contrary view, I will give the floor to 5 members to make additional observations. Debate is open. We have Honorable Dr. Ito, Honorable Kakoza, Honorable Mary, Honorable Katwamba, and the Honorable Akol and Honorable Matthias. Take 3 minutes. We start by Dr. Ito.
Well, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to make my contribution to the report just presented by the General Purpose Committee. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to commend the committee for such a very clear report that makes it easy for us to give our opinions. Right Honorable Speaker, I wished this report was not true, because the facts presented here really make us, I think it's very disappointing in the sense that, number one, the delay of reports which should come to the Parliament is a treaty matter, and not presenting it in time makes it a violation of the treaty. The concern is that it's not just this report which is always late, but there are other reports such as the Peace and Security Report, which the Council is supposed to submit annual report on. And in fact, we as a committee on regional affairs and conflict resolution, we were expecting one since the beginning of this year, and we didn't get one. And the one we went through the previous time, it was 2 years late. So really, if it seems like this is becoming a habit and is reducing us just to do postmortem on reports. And when you are reduced to doing postmortem on treaty reports, it means there are so many things that could have been taken care of. And because the reports are late, recommendations don't take effect. For example, since EALA 4, there's been the issue of understaffing. And each and every report, either from the committees or from the council itself, recognizes the problem of understaffing. And for the report to be late, it means such issues would not be taken care of in time. So really, for me, I find it very disappointing. Number two, the issues of promises made by the council to the House. For example, these bills, the fertilizer bill, the bill on climate change, which Right Honorable Speaker, you just gave us the practical aspect of the impact on our population by recognizing the death cost to 3 partner states due to floods. These are all climatic change issues that we are unable to address as a community because we do not have the right bill act in place. And then aflatoxin bill since 2021. Right Honorable Speaker, aflatoxin does not only cause reduction in trade, but it causes a lot of harm to East Africans. It is carcinogenic, and it actually causes liver failure and a lot of other ailments in our people. And not bringing this bill is actually very serious. And I hope that the council would keenly listen, and maybe if it's not this time, maybe the next sitting we have, we'll have these bills in place because they affect their absence, affect harmonization of the activities of the partner states, but indeed they're very dangerous not to have. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to conclude by my concern about misrepresentation of bills, the inaccuracy, and the inconsistency. All these affect decision-making. And I hope that as recommended by the committee, it will be taken care of. Right Honorable Speaker, I support the report and the recommendations therein. I submit to stop here. Thank you very much.
Who's the next? Kakoza, Honorable Kakoza.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank the committee presenting a well-guided report depending to the laws which are supposed to be prayed by different organs. But right now, Honorable Speaker, mine will go to, my observation and contribution will go to page 7. That is the number 6. The report acknowledges the existence of non-tariff barriers, but does not provide specific information on which NTBs existed and which ones were resolved. The lack of information makes it difficult to assess East African community progress in addressing national trade barriers. Right, Honorable Speaker, when you look at the objective of the treaty, whereby the objective is common market, customs union, monetary union, and federation. Right, Honorable Speaker, in the wisdom of the heads of the summit, the important thing is how can people trade to each other? How can people come together and move and do business? If other partner states are still hesitant to allow even scant information on such pertinent issues, how are we going now to advance to African free trade area? Really, these are serious critical issues that the Council of Ministers, since they are here, they should get interested when you want to integrate and deepen and tighten the integration. There is no way you can integrate into another level without making an evaluation. When you look at 7, the last bulletin, the execution of amounting 801,530 for the financial year 2018-19. The monitoring evaluation reports 93 of financial year, such inconsistent cut across organs and institutions and departments, which are clear indication that the report is largely copy and paste from previous reports. This is serious. The administration of EAC, it shows that they lack a sort of enhancement and commitment to have an integration agenda to be put forward. Because if we start with the 4 pillars and the 2 pillars are still a problem, how are we going to advance to another level? I would like to request, since the Council of Ministers are here, to go down. It seems the EAC administration, there is lack of unseriousness. Because there is no way we are going to integrate without a regional legal framework. These bills they are talking about are clearly critical and crucial to the integration agenda. Last year, this parliament adopted a recommendation that the Council of Ministers should update us what makes it hard to assent to the bills which have been passed in the House. And the audited report was saying the House passed 44 bills, but the one which was assented for were about 14 and 26 and in limbo. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the Council of Ministers should play a role. As we play our role, also they should be part and parcel to play their role so that we push the integration agenda. With those few remarks, I beg to submit.
Thank you. Honorable Mary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the slot. Mr. Speaker, at the onset, I also want to join you and thank you for welcoming our honorable members of Parliament of Uganda Karibu to the EAC, honorable colleagues from Parliament of Uganda. And indeed, once again, we thank you for facilitating our coming back here. Without your votes, we would never have been back to this Parliament. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the report of the General Purpose Committee. If you look at the detail of the report, one would agree with them, particularly when you are a member of Parliament and tasked with the role of overseeing the projects and programs implemented by the community. I therefore want to thank the committee for being professional, detailed, and able to do a deep analysis. I would like to quote a few examples that they raised. If you look on page 5, and I think it is under findings 3.2, and I'll pick on just 1 and 3. Under 1, the report does not indicate, that is the annual report that we are discussing now, does not indicate key performance indicators and resultant impact of the implemented activities on the people of EAC. I can stop there. How do you gauge the usefulness, the impact of the activities conducted or implemented when there are no set indicators or key performance standards, the yardstick that you can be able to use and gauge whether this implemented activity has been successful, has had an impact on the people's lives as planned or not. And if you look under number 3, in fact, still under number 1, the report does not indicate the number of beneficiaries. That's on the 50 million on a Women's Speak project. Does not even show how many beneficiaries on this 50 million allocation. You look under number 3, there is a disconnect between the planned activities and the outcomes, making it difficult to assess the effectiveness of the EAC's planning and implementation process. I actually want to go ahead and make an allegation further and say that the Council of Ministers has not been respectful to this Parliament. Because really this is bare minimum that is expected of a report that the Council allowed to be brought before Parliament and even debated on the floor of Parliament. Therefore, wants to implore our seniors, the Council of Ministers, representing partner states here at the EAC, to do a more supervisory role, do more critical, deeper, investigation in what is going on, take more interest. And I know they are busy. I know that they are most likely overseeing ministries with big departments and probably a number, not just the EAC, but I think we deserve better, particularly when monies are spent and when the expectations of people of East Africa are high. I therefore want to challenge the report also and join the committee, even when I'm not a member of that committee, in thanking you committee members for our job and professional job done and support the General Purpose Committee. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mary. Now, Honorable Kachwamba.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to give my view on the presented report. First of all, I would like to congratulate sincerely His Excellency Paul Kagame, the President of the Republic of Rwanda, for his speech, which was patriotic, Pan-Africanist, revolutionary, and full of public spirit. In fact, if Africa have had luck, it is to have the post-independent young leader, the President of Rwanda, Paul Kagame. In his speech, summarily, he emphasized on the independence, economic independence of African states, and he had gone a step ahead and has shown the way forward. Coming to the report, first of all, I would like to support the report, and I have some few comments on the report. First of all, it should be borne in our mind that we were not among the Committee of General Purpose. We were not looking for mistakes, but we were sincere to ourselves and to our community. First of all, we have singing a similar song every day on the update report. In fact, it's very difficult to make a postmortem, they call it postmortem of the report, where details available in the report, even the people mentioned, some of them have passed away a long time ago. In fact, to understand the report, you need to stretch your muscles right from the toe up to your head to understand that report. And to raise the level of your sugar, that's when you can understand it. Please, Council of Ministers, please, we don't know what is the problem. Please bring to us the report which is up to date so that we make justice to our community. Another serious problem on the report was the mistake. Mistake must be corrected. Mistake differs from errors. Errors are tolerable, but mistakes. For example, on Roman 7, page Roman 7 in the original report, the Secretary General was emphasizing on the lack of funds due to the pandemic, COVID, and then he was planning to raise more funds from our partners. But he said that he will put more efforts to raise funds. He quoted the same year that it is 2020-21, while he is analyzing the same report. Another serious problem was on the socioeconomic data. They exclude some of the countries, and the data were not friendly, actually. You cannot understand them. It's very difficult. So there is a mistakes in that report. Mistakes must be corrected. Errors, we could correct the errors, but these are not errors, they are purely mistakes. Almost in every stage you scan through, there is a mistake. Apart from the mistake, another problem was the duplicate. Either duplicate or Xeroxing or photocopying or copy and paste. In fact, Mr. Kakoza called it peeping. You are writing the report, then you peep from the report of 2012. You bring that report exactly. The literature is the same. Everything is the same. You can copy the literature, but not the strategies and the implementation. It is either the implementation was not there or there was more than one implementation. So to conclude, we are urging the Council of Ministers to retable that report and remove all these mistakes, and also bring the updated report. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Member Katramba.
Where you get reports of cut and paste, where figures do not match. But these are reports that are present. I even wonder when they are laying these reports on table, whether they also look through before they do it. Because this is shameful. It's a shame. You don't lay on the table a report that you've not reviewed personally. And you lay a report with all these mistakes. You should own it. So, Right Honourable Speaker, I think the Council of Ministers have adopted a laissez-faire attitude in the management of EAC affairs. And you can see it here. Rarely do they attend even plenary. The other time, we failed to process a bill because there was no minister. It was a bill, their bill. There was no minister to lay it on table, or even to assist Parliament when we are processing the bill. So this is shameful. And yet our heads of state appointed 2 ministers for each minister of EAC affairs, so that at least there is a dedicated minister that will be here to help the assembly process most of these issues we're talking about, Right Honourable Speaker. So I think they need to sit and see what to do about this kind of management of issues. If anything, this community, if it fails, I want to say without even mincing my words, that the Council of Ministers is about to fail this community. The issue of staff that we have talked about here, it cuts across all institutions of the EAC, not just that department. There has been a restructuring process that has been going on for the last 10 years. But when they sit, they disagree, then the report goes back. It's like a vicious circle. And yet annually, we pass almost $500,000 on an annual basis for recruitment. Now, this last time when we passed that money, about 294 in a supplementary and then the balance in the budget. Right Honourable Speaker, as we speak now, we are told that money has been diverted for other activities, not recruitment. And this is with the knowledge of our Council of Ministers. So where are we going? What are we doing? What are you doing, our council members? When you talk about even just coming to committees to attend matters so that we can consult you, no ministers are available to attend our committees. They are busy, they say, but they are ministers of EAC. So today, Right Honourable Speaker, I really want to hear from the ministers who are present here. Maybe they have delegated the other one, the ones who are absent could have delegated powers to them. We really want to know what is going on. Why have you adopted a laissez-faire attitude towards the management of EAC affairs in all matters, including managing the secretariat? This is the work of SG. You should review this report before you come and lay it here. But where is the SG? He's not even here. He's in the air most of the time. He does not have time to handle matters of EAC apart from flying. That's all he can do. So this kind of report demonstrates lack of supervision by the council, who should supervise the SG, for the SG to ensure his directors present a fair report that has been reviewed, that reflects the actual performance of the EAC for the given period. So right, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I want to know from our ministers who are here, when are they laying on table the two other reports? That is for the year 2021, 2022, and 2022, 2023, and a revised version of this one, which we are reviewing today. I would like to know today, as they give the opinion, one, on when they are laying that, and why they have adopted a laissez-faire attitude on the management of EAC affairs. I want to hear today from them, from those who are present here. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to conclude and also support my colleagues on the fact that we need another report that reflects the actual performance of EAC with the right figures without cut and paste. Because we are going to read it, we have all these reports. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. I now give the floor to Honorable Matthias, and then we continue.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I want really to thank the GPC for their efforts to produce this report, though it was not an easy exercise. Right Honorable Speaker, the essence of annual reports is to provide the users with the most up-to-date status of the institution and inform or guide the planning processes for the year or the years ahead. Right Honorable Speaker, it is really unfortunate that what the GPC has raised or presented to us has been produced by our EAC Secretariat. I was wondering, Right Honorable Speaker, unless the EAC Secretariat would have been given a specific mission of planning backward, I think that we shouldn't even waste our time debating on such a document, which is not only expired, but also characterized by so serious weaknesses, which have been highlighted and well explained by the GPC and underlined by my honorable colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker, I would simply suggest that this so-called report 2022-2021 be simply rejected. And I fully support the recommendations which have been raised by our colleagues from the GPC. Right Honorable Speaker, sir, I want to submit.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Matthias. Now I give the floor to the council members to respond. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank and welcome the work of the General Purpose Committee. They did a good job to look into this report and give recommendations and raise the concerns. As a council, we shall discuss and direct the Secretariat to ensure that all EAC annual reports 2020, 2021, 2021, 2022, and 2022, 2023 are improved accordingly. And then the council will table them. We therefore accept the concerns and recommendations of the committee and pledge to ensure timely and quality reports in the future. I thank you.
Thank you. Now the chair of the GP, you have the floor to reply.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much, honorable members, for blessing the report of the Committee on General Purpose. That clearly indicates the issues therein. I would like to say that if you look at the report itself, which is 139 pages, it's purely a literature. For those of you who study literature in school will understand what it means. And indeed, the committee was concerned and was asking whether the ministers were awake when they laid before the House the report, or whether the senior officials or F&A, so I don't know how they call them, whether they did the job for them very well. Because it paints a big picture of what the community is and how the community is going. That from the secretariat up to the council, who are the decision makers of the EAC, fails to understand that we are not doing well. Literally, we should understand that this report was during the COVID-19 period. And we understand what it means during the COVID-19 period. But because it was COVID-19 period, it does not mean the community was under shutdown. And indeed, what was reported in this report indicates that during the COVID-19 period, people were sleeping. Right, Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank the following persons. Honorable Dr. Anne Ito, Honorable James Kakoza, Honorable Kachwamba, Honorable Rosa Cole, Honorable Ambassador Matthias, and Honorable Minister James for overwhelmingly supporting the report. Oh, Honorable Mary, sorry for the omission, for your well-articulated and presentable argument in support of the report. I therefore acknowledge you. Sorry for the omission. And Mr. Speaker, sir, for all the members for supporting, we used a very diplomatic word, resubmit. That is the word we are using to make sure that it sounds very good. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. I now put the question that the report of the committee on the EAC annual report for the period of 2020-2021 be adopted. Those in favor say aye. Those to the contrary say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, let be on a record that the rejection of that report is for the purpose of improvement and not placing the Secretariat on the spot. We need our EAC annual report to be of the highest standards, because they will be referred to in future. And this House will stand to be counted or assessed on its track record. Thank you.
Item number 4 on the order paper, report of the Committee on Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources by way of motion.
Chair of the Committee on Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources to move the motion. But you know, as you are aware, the chair of this committee is away. but she delegated this to Honorable Gideon Gatpan. So Honorable Gideon, move the motion.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to move a motion that the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources on the oversight activity on the control and management of single-use plastic materials in the EAC region be adopted. I beg to move.
Thank you. Do you have seconders? Honorable Maina, Honorable Sankok, and others. Now justify your motion.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable colleagues, we start on page 5. Introduction, that's 10. According to Article 111 of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community, EAC partner states recognize the development activities may have negative impacts on the environment, leading to degradation of environment and depletion of natural resources, and that a clean and healthy environment is prerequisite for sustainable development. Therefore, partner states agree to cooperate and coordinate their policies and actions for the protection and conservation of the natural resources and environment against all forms of degradation and pollution arising from development activities. Especially, partner states agreed to preserve, protect, and enhance the quality of environment, contribute towards the sustainability of environment. In particular, partner states agreed to Roman 1, develop a common environmental management policy that would sustain the ecosystem of the partner states, prevent arrest, and reverse the effects of environmental degradation. Number 2, that's Roman 2, adopt common environment control, regulations, incentives, and standards. And Roman 3, encourage the manufacture and use of biodegradable pesticides, herbicides, and packaging materials. Number 2, 2.0, background information on single-use plastic materials. Single-use plastic materials are goods that are made primarily from fossil fuel-based chemicals, petrochemicals in bracket, and are designed to be thrown away after being used only once. Single-use plastic materials are most commonly used for packaging and service ware, such as bottles, wrappers, straws, and bags. Almost all plastics ever produced still exist today. Plastics are mostly non-degradable and rarely anything else can be made of. Only 9% of plastics in the world are recycled or reused. You shall find the link in the following page. Plastic pollution is one of the most serious threats to the planet health. Single-use plastics are polluting the majority of ecosystems from rainforests to the world's deepest oceans trends. When consumed by fish and livestock, plastic waste ends up in our food chain. According to the study by Plastic Oceans, that is www.plasticoceans.org, struck the facts. The proliferation of plastic products in the last several decades has been extraordinary globally. Roman 1, that is over 400 million tons of plastics are produced every year. That is based on that paper with the links attached. 10 million tons of plastics are dumped into oceans annually. That is equal to a garbage of truckload every minute. Roman 3, up to 50% of all plastic produced is for single-use purpose. Roman 4, it is estimated that more than 10 million tons of plastics is dumped into oceans and water bodies every year. Roman 5, 1 million marine animals are killed by plastic pollution every year. Roman 6, 100% of mussels, kind of seafood tested have contained microplastics. Human eat, that is Roman 7, human eat over 40 pounds of plastics in their lifetime. And Roman 8, research concludes that there will be more plastic in oceans than fish by 2050 if nothing is done to address plastic pollution. It is against the above background that the Committee on Agriculture, Tourism, and Natural Resources conducted the oversight activity on the control and management of single-use plastic materials in the EAC partner states. The activity took place from 9 to 14th of November 2023 in Moshi, United Republic of Tanzania. Objectives. That is number 3. The overall objective of this study was to assess policies, laws, and regulations of the partner states on the management and control of single-use plastic materials. Especially, the committee assessed the strategies to ban production, import, trade, and use of single-use plastic materials. Methodology. The activity was conducted in Moshi, United Republic of Tanzania, through engagement with representatives of relevant authorities of EAC partner states. The representatives made presentations before the committee. Each presentation was followed by discussions and recommendations. Partner states were requested to inform the committee about the following. 1, the prevalence of single-use plastic materials within the partner state. 2, the major causes of environmental degradation within the EAC partner states. 3, the contribution of single-use plastic materials to the environmental degradation within EAC partner states. 4, policies, laws, and regulations of the EAC partner states for control and management of single-use plastic materials. 5, whether single-use plastic materials are banned and which products are banned. 6, the effects of single-use plastic materials from other partner states. 7, recommendations on the areas of cooperation among the EAC partner states in the control and management of single-use plastic materials. And 7, recommendation on what EAC should do to enhance the control and management of single-use plastic materials. Attached on page 8, honorable members, you will find images of plastic bags at a dumping site. And this is something that is happening in our region. You will also see in the following picture, fishermen collecting plastic waste in Lake Victoria, our freshwater lake in the region. Then the following page 9, you will see floating plastic bottles in one of EAC partner states. So these are things that we have been seeing, and it is evident that this thing is happening. Honorable members, Right Honorable Speaker, we are on page 10. That is number 5, presentation from EAC partner states. And I'll take it state by state. 5.1 is the Republic of Kenya, introduction. Plastic packaging consumption in Kenya is estimated at 260,000 tons, which is 5.6 kilograms per capita per year. The sector was also a major employer with over 200,000 people depending on it before 2017. Plastic raw materials imported per year was 185,000 tons, and plastic packaging was 44,000 tons. Secondary plastic materials recycled per year was approximately 30,000 tons. Total plastics recycled is about 37,000 tons per year at a recycling rate of 15%. Single-use plastic materials were widely used in Kenya, including plastic bags, straws, bottles, and packaging. So these items were commonly used in daily life due to their convenience and affordability. That is number 5.1.2, major causes of environmental degradation in Kenya. In 2017, Kenya passed a law banning the single-use plastic bags. Plastic bags used for packaging food and other products were exempted. Cutting down of trees to create more land for cultivation, charcoal, quarrying, and occupational practices are the major threats of environmental degradation in Kenya. The other documented unsustainable management practices include water pollution, soil nutrient, mining, overgrazing, and cultivation on steep slopes. Environmental changes may be driven by many factors, including economic growth, pollution, growth, urbanization, intensification of agriculture, and rising need of energy. That is number 5.1.3, effects of plastic pollution. Roman 1, single-use plastic materials such as plastic bags, bottles, and packaging are commonly found littering streets, public spaces, and natural landscapes in Kenya. Roman 2, plastic waste often clogs drainage system in urban areas, leading to flooding during heavy rains. Roman 3, cases of death of livestock after ingesting plastic have been reported. Roman 4, single-use plastic break down into smaller particles, releasing microplastics into the soil and water. These microplastics can disrupt ecosystems and have the potential to enter food chains, affecting human health. That's number 5.1.4, incentive for plastic recycling. The Kenyan government in the 2019-2020 financial year provided incentive to businesses for plastic recycling. The budget included an exemption from the 16% VAT for all services offered included in plastic recycling plants and the cost of machinery and equipment to build plastic recycling plants. The government also reduced the corporate tax from 30% to 15% for the first 5 years for any investor operating a plastic recycling plant. In 2012, the Environmental Management and Coordination Act banned the use of excess duties on plastic shopping bags. However, the 2019-2020 budget removed that ban, providing a disincentive against plastic shopping bags. Enablers of plastic ban in Kenya include, but not limited to, education, communication, and outreach programs. These were undertaken based on communication strategy, working with the strategic partners, including airlines operating in Kenya, embassies and missions in Kenya, Kenya's embassies abroad, religious groups, NGOs, or civil society organizations and residents associations. Political will is also an important enabler in the banning of plastics. 5.1.5, exemption from the ban. The ban of single-use plastic materials provided for exemptions to certain products as follows. Roman 1, packaging constitutes primary industrial packaging. Number 2, packaging for product preservation and public health concerns. Number 3, as Roman 3, packaging for security consideration. Roman 4, packaging for water and dust proofing. Roman 5, packaging for products integrity on transit. Roman 6, an availability of non-plastics options alternatives. Roman 7, packaging not constituting over packaging, and Roman 8, demonstration of effective take-back systems, TBS, and or extended producer responsibility mechanisms. The exemption also included some sectors, including bakeries, medical, horticulture, and forestry. Other sectors were those being transitioned to sustainable alternatives. For example, the forestry horticulture sector that has moved to biodegradable options. 5.1.6 policy and legal framework for management of plastic materials in Kenya. The following are policies, strategies, and legal framework for the control and management of plastics in Kenya. Roman 1, Kenya welcome the UNEA 5.2 resolution to establish an intergovernmental negotiating committee with the mandate to forge an international legally binding agreement to end plastic pollution. Roman 2, plastic bag ban in 2017 was one of the most significant actions taken by Kenya. Was the ban of the use, manufacture, import, and importation of plastic carrier bags in 2017. Roman 3, draft single-use plastics regulation 2019 to address other forms of single-use plastics, such as plastic bottles, straws, and disposable cutlery. Roman 4, management of plastic bottles in protected areas. In addition to 2017 plastic bag bans, there are initiatives to ban plastic bottles in national parks, forests, and wildlife reserves. Roman 5, incentives is stock disincentive. So the National Treasury through the 2017-2018 national budget provided tax subsidies to industry players by allowing a duty waiver for the importation of plastic recycling machinery. Number 6, Roman 6, the Sustainable Waste Management Act of 2022 provides that all producers have obligations for their products throughout their life cycle, including the post-consumer phase. Roman 7, the National Solid Waste Management Strategy with a focus on waste as a resource. It's promoted avoidance of waste. And now Roman 8, the National Marine Litter Management Action Plan. (5.1.7) challenges affecting the implementation of the ban. Despite Kenya's nationwide ban on plastic bags, along with a ban of single-use plastic materials in protected areas and emphasis on educating the public and enforcing the law, it remains a challenge to implement the ban effectively due to the difficulties of monitoring porous borders and changing consumer behavior. 5.1.8 recommendations to the East African community. The following recommendations were made by the Republic of Kenya. 1, Roman 1, consider establishment of a special task force with limited timelines to develop a plastic strategy for the region. Roman 2, harmonize regulatory frameworks. Roman 3, standardize definitions and nomenclature. Now, Roman 4, improve information sharing and data collection. Roman 5, improve cross-border surveillance and enforcement. Roman 6, provide incentive for sustainable alternatives to plastic materials. Roman 7, collaborate in the development and improvement of waste management infrastructure. Roman 8, public awareness, information, and education. Roman 9, regional industry engagement. Roman 10, encourage research and innovation in developing alternatives to plastic materials. Roman 11, establish a regional framework for monitoring and evaluating progress in reducing single-use plastic waste and pollution. And Roman 12, revive the East African Network for Environmental Compliance and Enforcement. Page 14, Republic of Uganda. That's 5.2, 5.2.1, incidence of plastics in Uganda. Overall, single-use plastics form the largest input of plastic resins in Uganda. 18.8% of total waste households and institutions are the major sources of plastic waste. Single-use plastic constitutes a considerable portion of collected aquatic litter. 5.2.2, policies, laws, and regulations. Roman 1, the National Environmental Management Policy 2014. Roman 2, existing legal frameworks. It include A, the Constitution, which provides for the responsibility to safeguard the environment, Article 39 and Article 41. And B, the National Environment Act, number 5, 2019, Section 76, subsection 1, prohibit the import, export, local manufacture, use, or reuse of categories of plastic carrier bags or plastic products made of polymers, essence, or polyethylene, and polypropylenes or polypropylenes, and C, the National Environmental Waste Management Regulation 2020. 5.2.3, past intervention by the government of Uganda. The committee was informed that the Republic of Uganda had in the past implemented some cabinet decisions, including the following one. The cabinet through Minute City 1993, 85 review the ban on importation of polyethylene carry bags and agreed on the paste out approach. Roman 2, the cabinet directed the minister to review legislation on banning importation, manufacture, and use of polyethylene packaging materials. Number 3, the cabinet directed the minister to undertake education of the masses on the use and disposal of polyethylene packaging materials. Roman 4, in the 2019 national budget speech, the government increased excess duty up to 120% on all polyethylenes and other plastic materials. And Roman 5, in 2019, the government attempted to ban harmful plastics through the National Environment Act 2019, but the efforts failed at Parliament where the legislation banned only plastic below 30 microns. 5.2.4, current intervention by the Republic of Uganda. Roman 1, a draft strategy is in place, awaiting approval by the Policy Committee on Environment. Roman 2, there are ongoing awareness campaigns on plastic management, for example, the Tubera and the Tahasa or Butonde part of Clean Sea campaign. Roman 3, the National Environmental Management Agency, NEMA, is working with the Uganda National Bureau of Standards on labeling. And Roman 4, the NEMA is working with CACITA to sensitize traders. And Roman 5, globally, the country is part of global negotiations to develop instrument of plastic pollution. Uganda has begun implementing the e-procurement programs, and it requires formal establishment to stop plastic pollution, for example, using glass bottles for water by hotels and institutions. 5.2.5, planned intervention. The Republic of Uganda has initiated the revision of the current law. The revised law is expected to ban plastic carry bags and packaging materials that have alternatives in the market. The law will reduce virgin single-use plastic production by 5% to promote recyclable alternatives. This will trigger economic intervention by introducing applicable economical instruments such as incentives for reusable, recyclable, or compostable packaging, while increasing duty on plastic raw materials. The government will also consider the use of public-private partnership to mobilize investment in plastic waste management services and infrastructure. 5.2.6 recommendations to the East African community. The following recommendations were made by the Republic of Uganda. Roman 1 urges EAC to develop a common policy on plastic pollution that would sustain the ecosystem of the partner states, prevent, arrest, and reverse the effects of environmental degradation by plastics. Roman 2 urges EAC to adopt common environmental control regulations, incentives, and standards. Roman 3, EAC should encourage the manufacture and use of biodegradable alternatives to single-use plastics. And Roman 4 urges the EAC to implement the Bamako and the Basel Conventions on cross-border transportation and management of chemicals, respectively. Still on page 16, 5.3, we go to the Republic of Rwanda. 5.3.1, Rwanda. Rwanda's journey to ban plastic materials. Roman 1 in 2003, the ministry in charge of environment assessed the problem of plastics in Rwanda. Roman 2 in 2004, the government of Rwanda decided to ban plastic shopping bags. Roman 3 in August 2004, the ministerial instructions on the use and manufacturing of plastic bags in Rwanda banned shopping bags of less than 60 microns. Roman 4, in 2008, the law number 57/2008 of 10/9/2008 relating to the prohibition of manufacturing, importation, use, and sale of polythene bags in Rwanda extended to cover all packaging by plastic bags. It is also provided penalties. And Roman 5, in the 2019, the law was reviewed to include all single-use plastic bottles. These include plastic bottles, cups, plates, and cutlery, etc. 5.3.2, ban of plastic courier bags and single-use plastic items. Single-use plastics are controlled by the law number 17/2019 of 10/8/2019 relating to the prohibition of manufacturing, importation, use, and sale of plastic carrier bags and single-use plastic items as follows. Roman 1, Article 3 prohibits controls plastic carrier bags and single-use plastic items. Roman 2, Article 4 provides for exemption where authorization can be granted for manufacturing, importation, use, or sale of home compostable plastic items or woven polypropylene, subject to prior authorization from the competent authority. Roman 3, Article 5 provides for environmental levy on imported goods packaged in plastic material or single-use plastic items. Roman 4, Article 6 provides for collection of plastic carry bags and single-use plastic items where authorized dealers must put in place mechanism to collect and segregate used plastic carry bags and single-use plastic items and hand them over to the recycling plants. 5, Article 8 provides for institutions responsible for enforcement of the law in Rwanda. A, Rwanda National Police. B, institutions in charge of customs. C, Rwanda Investigation Bureau. D, Rwanda Environment Management Authority. E, Rwanda Standards Board. F, Rwanda Inspectorate Competition and Consumer Protection Authority, and G, administrative decentralized entities. 5.3.3, impact of the law. Roman 1 contributed to a clean Rwanda. Roman 2, reduction of solid waste production, non-biodegrades. Roman 3, saving life, that is in bracket, human and animal, especially aquatic species. Roman 4, contributing to increment of agricultural productivity. Roman 5, contributing to food to flood control. Roman 6, reduce the emission into atmosphere, contribute to clean air. And Roman 7, climate change resilience. 5.3.4, compliance challenges. Roman 1, illegal transboundary movement of plastic carry bags and single-use plastics by smugglers. Roman 2, plastics from neighboring countries waste pollutes the water bodies. Roman 3, importation of plastics wrapped products as secondary packaging. Roman 4, import of plastic labeled products. And Roman 5, lack of support from neighboring countries. 5.3.5, future plans. Roman 1, have regular inspection and monitoring to control the illegal use of single-use plastic items. Roman 2, promote the innovation for alternative to single-use plastics. Roman 3, promote the reusable packaging materials. And Roman 4, continue the awareness and education of local community and solicit for other countries' support. 5.3.6, the High Ambition Coalition. The representative of Rwanda informed the committee that the initiative of High Ambition Coalition, in bracket HAC, was announced for the first time during the UN Environmental Assembly in Nairobi. The coalition was launched virtually in August 2022. The coalition is co-chaired by Rwanda and Norway. All like-minded and high ambitious countries invited to join the coalition. The coalition has members from all regions. Currently, it has 58 members. There's a link that has been mentioned there. The objective of High Ambition Coalition are Roman 1, to keep the momentum of like-minded countries towards an ambitious, legally binding treaty that responds to the objectives of the High Ambition Coalition. Roman 2, set target of no plastics in nature by 2040. Roman 3, set objectives and strategic goals expected to be the plastic treaty. Roman 4, set common priorities as High Ambition Coalition members. Roman 5, make the voice of High Ambition Coalition members stronger. Roman 6, work together during negotiations. And Roman 7, work together to increase High Ambition Coalition membership toward the common objectives. 5.3.7, actions for control of single-use plastics materials. Roman 1, eliminate problematic plastics, including by bans and restrictions. Roman 2, develop global sustainability criteria and standards for plastics. Roman 3, set global baselines and targets for sustainability throughout the life cycle of plastics. Roman 4, ensure transparency in the value chain of plastics, including materials and chemical composition. And Roman 5, establish mechanism for strengthening commitments, targets, and controls over time. Roman 6, implement monitoring and reporting at each stage through the life cycle of plastics. And Roman 7, facilitate effective technical and financial assistance, scientific and socio-economic assessments. 5.3.8, recommendations to the EAC. The Republic of Rwanda urges the East African community to Roman 1, support the High Ambition Coalition. Roman 2, promote environmental friendly packaging materials initiatives. Roman 3, conduct awareness raising on the ban of single-use plastic materials. Roman 4, initiate political decision makers to enforce plastic ban law. And 5, set a common legislative framework to end plastic pollution among EAC partner states. Same page 20, 5.4, Republic of Burundi. 5.4.1, introduction. The of neighborhoods and even in nature. Plastic films are easily blown away by the wind or rain during polluting towns and waterways and rapidly transmitting harmful germs from contaminated plastics. So this presents risks for humans and animals. When it rains, plastic bags clog up the gutters, causing flooding and destroying infrastructure such as houses, bridges, and electricity grids. This in turn promotes erosion and the proliferation of many diseases. 5.4.2, ban of single-use plastic materials. Given the seriousness of the situation in Burundi and with the aim of preserving human health and protecting the environment, the government of Burundi enacted a decree number 100/099 banning the import, manufacture, marketing, and use of bags and other plastic packaging signed by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Burundi on August 8, 2018. The purpose of this decree is to 1, establish a legal framework to controlling the use of plastic bags and other plastic packaging, and Roman 2, promote the use of materials that do not degrade the environment, and Roman 3, prevent all kinds of pollution caused by plastic products. The decree includes a special exemption that may be authorized by biodegradable bags, sacks, and plastic materials used in medical services, pharmaceutical packaging, and industrial construction, research laboratories, and education. Article 7 of the decree stipulates that plastic waste, including plastic bottles and flasks, are returned to the supplier who ensures their storage, recycling, or recovery. Economic promoters of alternative packaging and recycling projects are encouraged to invest in this area. The institutions responsible to check compliance of the law includes Burundi Revenue Authority, Department of Minegre, and Department of the Ministries of the Interior, Trade, and Industry. 5.4.3, implementation measures. The government issued a ministerial order to implement the decree number 100/099 of August 8, 2018, banning the import, manufacture, marketing, and use of bags and other plastic packaging. The order clarifies that Roman 1, only plastic bags and plastic packaging made from ethylene polymer under tariff code 3923.21.00 and 3923.2900 of the Common External Tariff 2017 version of the East African Community are prohibited from being manufactured, imported, marketed, and used in Burundi. Roman 2, any non-biodegradable plastic bags and sacks benefiting from a special dispensation must imperatively have thickness greater than or equal to 100 micrometers. Number 3, Roman 3, the application for authorization to import, sell, use, or manufacture plastic materials must be submitted to the minister in charge of the environment. Roman 4, it is strictly forbidden to reuse any single-use plastic packaging, and 5, economic promoters of plastic bags substitution and recycling projects are eligible to incentives provided for under Burundi Investment Code. 5.4.5, impact of the law. Roman 1, plastic packaging bags and sacks are no longer used. And Roman 2, recycling companies are already in place and running. And Roman 3, youth associations for collection of plastic bottles are at work. 5.4.5, challenges hindering enforcement of the law. Roman 1 is slowness in behavior changing of the population despite popularization and awareness campaign. Roman 2, the proliferation of packaging plastics coming from outside as packaging for other imported products which are not affected by national regulations. Roman 3, the law is stakeholder in both plan for plastic waste. Roman 2, the ministry via the General Directorate of the Environment and Water Resource must monitor the implementation of the national plan. Roman 3, awareness and monitoring campaigns are regularly organized and fines imposed on recalcitrants. Roman 4, the ministry in charge of the environment through the General Directorate of Environment, Water Resources, and Sanitation regularly organizes awareness campaigns and collection of plastic waste, especially in the city of Bujumbura and other cities and on the coast of Lake Tanganyika. And plastic waste collected is recovered by plastic waste recycling companies. 5.4.7, achievement in elimination of single-use plastic materials in Burundi. Roman 1, implementation of Decree number 100-091 of October 12, 2020, relating to the reorganization, mission, and operation of the Ministry of the Environment, Agriculture, and Livestock. Roman 2, joint ministerial order number 350-540-710 1560 of 10-12 2020 as measure to implement decree number 100-09 of August of 8 August 2018, prohibiting the importation, manufacture, marketing, and use of bags and plastic and other plastic packaging. In Article 6, it specifies that it is prohibited to reuse single-use plastic packaging. Roman 3, awareness campaign via different communication channels on the effects of reusing single-use plastics and on the sanctions provided for in Article 17 of the order and regularly organized by the ministries in charge of the environment. And Roman 4, 608 applications for authorization to import plastic packaging have been registered to date for a period approximately 3 years. 5.4.8 strategies for stakeholders' participation. The Republic of Burundi applies the following strategies to engage media, civil society organizations, faith-based organizations, and international organizations in elimination of single-use plastic materials. 1, joint planning with partners. 2, economic promoters of replacement and recycling bags projects benefit from the advantages provided for in the investment code. 3, organization of stakeholders awareness campaigns. 4, organization of plastic waste collection campaigns in collaboration with the stakeholders. 5, implement involvement of stakeholders in the implementation of environmental and social management plans for plastic waste proposed by promoters and importers. 5.4.9, government efforts to stop waste and plastics into Lake Tanganyika. Roman 1, development of the Lake Tanganyika coastline management plan. Roman 2, Lake Tanganyika watershed management. And Roman 3, implementation of Lake Tanganyika environmental management projects. Roman 4, implementation of Lake Tanganyika fisheries management projects. Number 5, establish wastewater discharge standards. In Roman 6, establishment of a Thursday ordinance dedicated to the environment where community environmental protection works are organized. Roman 7, establishment of a national day dedicated to Lake Tanganyika. Roman 8, the government of Burundi regularly carries out awareness campaign on sanitation in the city of Bujumbura. Roman 9, the government of Burundi regularly organizes cleaning campaigns along the coast of Lake Tanganyika, especially to collect plastic waste along the lake. Roman 10, 150-meter buffer zone has been established and demarcated to protect Lake Tanganyika. No activity can be carried out within the zone. Roman 11, waste collection companies, including plastic waste, are at work in all neighboring neighborhoods. And Roman 12, plastic waste recycling companies are use association to collect plastic waste in all districts of the city of Bujumbura. 5.4.10, recommendations to the EAC. The Republic of Burundi made the following recommendation to the EAC. Roman 1, organized plastic waste collection campaign in the EAC cities. Roman 2, harmonize the regulation to prevent imported plastic packaging with the foodstuffs. Roman 3, organize public awareness campaigns on the reuse of single-use plastic materials. Roman 4, promote recycling and recovery of plastic waste. And Roman 5, technical and financial support for equipment and infrastructure for recycling. The same page 25, Democratic Republic of Congo, 5.5.1, introduction. The Democratic Republic of Congo covers an area of 2,345,000 square kilometers. The current population of DRC is 100 million people with immense natural resources. The situation of plastic materials in Democratic Republic of Congo is worrying, with accumulating plastic waste causing severe flooding in Kinshasa and other cities. In 2018, DRC was producing 48,154 kilos of plastic per day, 85% of which are poorly managed. That is based on the UN report 2018. The production of plastic materials in Kinshasa is estimated to be 10,000 tons per day, with a population of 15 million people originating from industries and domestic uses. The effects of environmental degradation in DRC include the following: 1, loss of biological biodiversity. 2, soil, air, and water pollution. Roman 3, destruction of the ozone layer. Roman 4, loss of soil fertility. Roman 5, floods. Roman 6, depletion of fish stocks. And Roman 7, the deterioration of natural and cultural heritage. 5.5.2, legal instruments for the control of plastic pollution in Democratic Republic of Congo. Roman 1, international instrument ratified and or signed by the Democratic Republic of Congo. Roman 2, the Constitution of the Democratic Republic of Congo of 18 February 2006. Roman 3, legal and regulatory framework as enacted by the Democratic Republic of Congo. A law number 11/009 of July 2009, of July 9, 2011, on the on the fundamental principles of environmental protection as modified and completed by the law number 23/007 of 3rd of March 2003. B, decree number 17/018 of December 30th, 2017, prohibiting production, importation, marketing, and use of bags, sachets, and other plastic packaging. And C, ministerial order number 409 CAB MIN TC /08 2006 of July 18, 2006, regulating packaging in DRC, and D, interministerial order number 100, number 001 CAB MIN Enviro 2010, and number 409 CAB MIN TVC 001 of January 21st, 2010, establishing a center for control and monitoring of marine pollution in the DRC. 5.5.3, measures taken by the government of DRC. Roman 1 provided facilities to industries for establishment of recycling plants for plastics, metals, and other types of waste. For example, in Kinshasa, there is KIN, Bepeto, a major program of local government to clean the city. Roman 2, local government in partnership with OK Plus society is specialized in collecting, evacuation, treatment, and recycling of plastic waste. 5.5.4, major constraints. Roman 1, ineffective implementation of laws and other ratified instruments. Roman 2, inadequate financial resources. Roman 3, inadequate appropriate logistics to carry out actions with a visible impact. Roman 4, inadequate infrastructure and capacity for processing and elimination of plastic waste. And Roman 5, failure to promulgate several decrees. 5.5.5 recommendations. The Democratic Republic of Congo made the following recommendations to the East African community and to the EAC partner states. 5.5.6, the East African community. Roman 1, organized technical capacity building training on the management and control of single-use plastic materials in East African partner states. Roman 2, conduct exchange experience program and support for the environmental sound management of plastic waste in East African partner states. Number 3, Roman 3, setting up a regional structure to monitor the implementation of environmental protection measures. 5.5.7, EAC partner states. Roman 1, urge partner states to implement all international treaties and conventions which they are party to. Roman 2, continuous improve infrastructure relating to control and management of single-use plastic materials, including national policies, laws, and regulations. 5.6, United Republic of Tanzania. The committee was informed that there is high prevalence of single-use plastic materials of various forms, with the dump sites packed with the large plastic waste. It was explained further that the major causes of environmental degradation are from industrial, domestic, municipal, mining, agricultural, transport, and health activities. 5.6.1, Tanzania mainland. 5.6.1.1, policies, laws, and regulations for control and management of single-use plastic materials. The committee was informed that in controlling and managing single-use plastic materials, Tanzania mainland enacted the Environmental Management Act 2004, Section 230, subsection 2F of the Act provide for the control of manufacture, importation, exportation, collection, transportation, treatment, storage, recycling, recovery or disposal of substances which may be hazardous to the environment and public health. Through this provision, Tanzania prepared the regulations to control the single-use plastic materials in 2019 and revised in 2022. I don't have to speak. I want to take some water. Uh, 5.6.1.2 ban of single-use plastic materials. Tanzania mainland banned the single-use plastic carrier bags in 2019. The country has been encouraging use of alternatives to plastic carrier bags. However, not all plastics are banned. There are exceptions, e.g. industrial packaging materials which are given a specification by Tanzania Bureau of Standards. The ban is through the following regulations. 1, environmental management, prohibition of plastic carrier bags, regulation 2019. 2, environmental management, prohibition of plastic carrier bags and plastic bottle cap seals, regulation 2022. This new regulation included current issues like climate change. To enforce these regulations, Tanzania mainland formed task forces for plastic ban at national and regional levels. The National Plastic Ban Task Force comprised of Vice President's Office, Secretariat, National Environment Management Council, Land Transport Regulatory Authority, Tanzania Bureau of Standards, local government and regional administration, police, immigration, and media. The regional plastic ban task forces comprises of regional commissioners, regional police commanders, regional administrative secretaries, regional security officers, immigration officers, regional environmental management experts, economic and production section officers, environmental and health officers, trade officers, and community development officers. Several approaches have been used in combating single-use plastic materials, some of which are Roman 1, awareness raising through media such as radios, TV, newspapers, and social media. 2, awareness raising through meetings, workshops, gathering, including churches and mosques. Roman 3, enforcement of regulation for plastic ban through A, inspection of strategic areas like border posts, wool sellers, shops, retail shops, and markets. B, provision of incentive to informers, and C, legal action to those caught breaching the regulation for plastic ban. D, confiscation of banned plastic materials, and E, promotion of alternative to ban plastic materials. The committee was informed further that the law provides for heavy penalties to violators, including confiscation, imprisonment, and fines of up to billions of shillings. However, there is no regular inspection due to inadequate of both human and financial resources. 5.6.1.3, challenges of single-use plastic materials. 1, emerging tendency of use of permitted packaging plastic materials has carrier bags. 2, continuing illegal production of prohibited plastic carrier bags. 5.6.1.4, recommendation on the areas of cooperation among the EAC partner states. 1, cooperate in the control and management of single-use plastic materials. 2, harmonize standards of alternatives to plastic carrier bags in all EAC partner states. A recommendation, that is 6.6.1.5 recommendation to the EAC. Roman 1, single-use plastic materials should be abolished in EAC. 2, harmonize laws and regulation prohibiting the production of single-use plastic materials in the EAC and promote, that is number 3, Roman 3, promote affordable and reliable alternatives to plastics. 5.6.2, Tanzania, Zanzibar. Zanzibar is part of the United Republic of Tanzania. Zanzibar has its own government, legislature, and judiciary. which prepares policies and enacts laws for non-union matters. Policies and laws for union matters are under the mandate of the government of the United Republic of Tanzania. Environment is one of the non-union matters. Therefore, the revolutionary government of Zanzibar is responsible for policies, laws, and enforcement. The major causes of environmental degradation in Zanzibar includes marine land-based sources, especially during rain season, poor waste management caused by unawareness and inadequate enforcement strategies. This pollution has the devastating effects on aquatic and terrestrial ecosystem because plastic debris injuries and kills wildlife, either from being tangled or through ingestion. Additionally, as the plastic decomposes, it releases toxic chemicals that can harm both human and animals. 5.6.2.1 policy law and regulations for control and management of single-use plastic materials. Zanzibar enacted the following policy, law and regulations for control and management of single-use plastic materials. Roman 1, Zanzibar Environmental Policy, 2013. Roman 2, Zanzibar Environmental Management Act, number 3 of 2015. Roman 3, the ban of plastic bags regulation of 2018. According to the ban of plastic bag regulation, Zanzibar ban manufacture, import, store, sale, transport, supply, possess, litter, ban or use any plastic carry bags in Zanzibar for any purpose whatsoever. As provided by the regulation, Zanzibar ban plastic carry bags only leaving other single-use plastic materials. Recommendation, that's 5.6.2. Zanzibar made the following recommendations to the East African Community Partner States, and the EAC has followed. Roman 1, the EAC partner states are urged to control and manage the single-use plastic materials, marine pollution, waste management, awareness raising, and capacity building. 2, the East African community is requested to support the control and management of single-use plastic materials by A, supporting partner states financially and technically in awareness raising and programs. B, developing regional instruments. C, assisting partner states to put in place mechanism of controlling the use of plastic, such as drafting regulations. D, encouraging partner states to conduct campaigns on single-use plastic materials. E, allocating adequate resources to facilitate regional programs in phasing out the single-use plastic materials in EAC. 5.7, Republic of South Sudan. The Republic of South Sudan is planning a formidable campaign for solid waste management that will control the use and disposal of plastic waste. The Minister of Environment revealed that Juba would consider a 2-year ban on some plastics that makes the city look full of garbage because of irresponsible disposal. The Ministry of Environment and Forestry is considering declaring a 2-year temporary banning on the importation of plastic bottles and the production of 500 millimeters and 1 liter bottles, as well as glass bottles. Once the ban is declared, water companies will only produce 10 to 12 to 20 liters, and it will only be lifted when a recycling plant is established in the country. As the government intends to end the importation of such materials, other officials argue that the process should encompass the views of the water companies. Environmentalists welcome the ban on some plastics for the protection of environment, arguing that 1, plastic pollution has become more dangerous on Earth and is one of the longest lasting forms of pollution that destroys ecosystem. And two, most plastics are single-use containers, hence their pile-up rate is higher and has a far-reaching negative impact on the environment. Plastic bottles would break down with time into smaller particles known as microplastics. Microplastics, due to their size, cannot be eliminated from the environment. However, companies that produce water in Juba pointed out challenges in economy once the ban of plastic bottles into effect. They argue that sensitization of proper disposal of waste will address the problem rather than banking on a total ban. The plastic decomposes, it leaches toxic chemicals. No, that is a different, sorry. That is the area of South Sudan. Number 6.0, meeting with the Africa Legal Network. During the activity period, the committee held a meeting with the Africa Legal Network, EALA, on 10 November 2023 to discuss the legal framework for the control and management of single-use plastic materials in the EAC region. EALA was represented by Ms. Rosa Ndwati Mutero, Managing Partner, EALA Kenya, and Ms. Charlotta Dalago, Head of Business Development, Marketing, and Communication. EALA is an integrated alliance of the preeminent full-service corporate law firms in 14 African countries. Apart from their main business as a legal firm, EALA Kenya engaged in research about the single-use plastic materials and the existing legal framework in the EAC partner states. EALA informed the committee that emergence of plastics as affordable substitute for other materials with great technical performance was adopted without foresight regarding the long-term environmental impact. Since plastics do not decompose, laws are needed to address the issue at source. EALA presented the table below, which summarizes the status of legislation on single-use plastic materials in the EAC partner states. Table ban, tax incentives, and provisional fines. Republic of Burundi, they have got a ban, no tax incentive and no fines. Democratic Republic of Congo, the ban, no incentive, no fines. Republic of Kenya, they have the ban. There are tax incentives, as indicated before. There are fines. Republic of Rwanda, there's a ban in place, tax incentive with fines. Republic of South Sudan, there's ban in place, no tax incentive, no fine. Tanzania, there's United Republic of Tanzania. Yes, there is a ban, no tax incentive, but there is fine. Republic of Uganda, there is ban, there is tax incentive, there is fine. This is from the presentation by the EALA before the committee. EALA informed the committee that they are developing a bill titled the East African Community for Prohibition of Manufacturing, Importation, Use, and Sale of Single-Use Plastic, Bill 2023, to be enacted by the East African Community. They presented the bill before the committee, and the committee made its comments for the bill. After discussion, it was agreed that the committee will take the bill and process it as a committee bill. General observation of the committee, that is 7.0. Roman 1, single-use plastic materials contribute to the gross domestic product of partner states and create employment opportunities. Roman 2, single-use plastics are used once and discarded, causing pollution and breakdown into smaller pieces in landfills where it may take up to 100 years to degrade, leaching potentially toxic substances into the soil and water. Roman 3, all EAC partner states have a form of ban of plastic materials, carrier bags, seals, and packaging with a different level of enforcement. 4, the Republic of Rwanda is an example in the enforcement of the law of the control of single-use plastic materials in the EAC region. 5, research, development, and incentives to investors will enable the production of affordable and reliable alternatives to single-use plastic materials. 6, sorting of waste is a big challenge in the EAC partner states, and all types of waste is mixed in dump sites. 7, many citizens of EAC are unaware of the impact and the consequences of the single-use plastic materials. And 8, many partner states do not have reliable data on single-use plastic materials. 8.0, recommendation of the Committee on Agriculture, Tourism, and Natural Resources recommend to the Assembly to 1, commend all EAC partner states for taking action to address the problem of single-use plastic materials. 2, urge the Council of Ministers to direct partner states to ban all single-use plastic materials and not just the plastic carrier bags and seals. 3, urge the Council of Ministers to direct partner states to put more effort in combating the problem of single-use plastic materials, especially on enforcement of laws and data collection. 4, urge EAC partner states to adopt best practices from the countries which have done better in enforcement of the ban of single-use plastic materials. 5, urge the Council of Ministers to prepare a regional action plan and strategies to eliminate the single-use plastic materials. Commend the Africa Legal Network for their efforts to develop a bill to address the problem of single-use plastic materials in EAC. 6, direct the Committee on Agriculture, Tourism, and Natural Resources to collaborate with the EALA in the preparation and introduction of the East African Community Prohibition, Manufacturing, Importation, Use, and Sale of Single-Use Plastics Bill 2023. 7, urge the Council of Ministers to support the initiative by EALA in collaboration with the Committee on Agriculture, Tourism, and Natural Resources to introduce the East African Community Prohibition of Manufacturing, Importation, Use, and Sale of Single-Use Plastic Material Bill 2023. 8, urge the Council of Ministers to urge partner states and EAC to join the High Ambition Coalition, which is co-chaired by the Republic of Rwanda and Norway to end plastic pollution. 9, urge the Council of Ministers to direct partner states to allocate adequate resources for research and development of alternatives to single-use plastic materials. 10, urge the Council of Ministers to direct partner states to intensify the sensitization programs on the effects of single-use plastic materials. And Roman 11, urge the partner states to encourage sorting waste at source point. 9.0, conclusion. In conclusion, the oversight activity and the corresponding discussions highlighted the importance of regional cooperation, collaboration, and commitment toward achieving a common goal for the betterment of the citizens of East Africa. The report provides useful recommendations, which, if implemented, will address the plastic pollution. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
More than 1 hour. But honorable members and chairs, we had agreed that we had executive summaries and a report. And the summaries we need had to take only, for committees, it was from 5 to 10 minutes. And the for All GP and agriculture had given them 15 minutes. But look, we have taken now more than 1 hour, and it is 20 minutes to 1. We don't know what to do. But let's go and finish with this report. But for the reports coming, please respect the rules we have agreed on. So now, the motion on the floor is that the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources on the oversight activity on the control of and management of the single-use plastic materials in the EAC region be adopted. This is the motion on the floor. Let's open the debate, but I will give the floor to 3 members to support this.
Procedure, Right Honorable.
Yes,
Procedure.
Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity on this procedural matter. This is just in reaction to your communication.
Yes.
On the time we take, produce these reports, and then also the volume of the reports.
Yes.
Wouldn't it be procedurally right, Honorable Speaker, that for reports to be debated, say like for today, they should have been given to members at least a day before, so that we have time to read them, and then the person the chairperson of the committee who is reading the report the next day will be in position to read the summary, and we all understand the report. So my procedural matter is whether from today onwards, Right Honorable Speaker, it would be procedurally right for chairpersons of committees to prepare reports in time to give members a day before, and then the next day they read the summary report. Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you for your contribution. You're right, they should follow your advice. Let's take 5 as before, 5 members to contribute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. As well, 7 can take you all. So we have Honorable Dr. Shogo and Honorable Sadia and Honorable Clement, Honorable Carolina, Honorable Machano, Honorable Fatumanda Angiza, and Honorable Sankok. Please take 3 minutes. We have taken much time.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to add my voice. First, I would like to start by thanking the Rwanda chapter for the hospitality they've given us since we have been here in Kigali. Some of us who have been here, this is the 3rd week. We have really seen the true definition of integration in terms of widening, tightening, and deepening the integration. We thank you, the Rwanda chapter. Right Honorable Speaker, I'd like to declare also I'm a member of this Committee of Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources. My submission will cut across the issue of data and figures that are presented in the report, but also presentation from different partner states, general observations and recommendations. Right Honorable Speaker, plastic pollution has become a major topic of discussion worldwide. The discussion is driven by economic, environmental, health, and social factors. The realization of its impacts, especially the single-use plastic materials, has spurred a number of efforts at different levels. As a Committee of Agriculture, Tourism, and Natural Resources, we had the opportunity to meet different officials from government officials from different partner states. And I must say, I would like really to commend all the EAC partner states to have taken initiative to address the issue of single-use plastic materials in their partner states. However, with the exception to Rwanda, the issue of enforcement of laws and implementation of different policies and strategies has been a major challenge for most of the partner states, in which over time, we have not really seen a significant change in the situation. Right, Honorable Speaker, I also think it's important that we familiarize ourselves with the data and figures in this particular topic so that we are fully aware of the future that we are looking forward. If you can look from the report, annually, over 400 million tons of plastic are produced globally. Out of this, 19 to 23 million tons of plastic ends up in water bodies such as ocean, lakes, and rivers. These are source of waters. Equally, this is a source of life. Right, Honorable Speaker? The research indicates that by 2050, there will be more plastic materials in the water bodies than fish by volume. This is very alarming. But that's not only the case. We have also seen that we only have less than 10% of recycling of this plastic material worldwide. What does that mean? That creates an opportunity, a huge opportunity in the recycling sector, which could employ a lot of people, not only in the East African community, but also in Africa and in the entire world. And this kind of employment are self-employment, not vulnerable like the one that we have right now. Right, Honorable Speaker, research also indicates that it takes about 20 to 500 years for the plastic material to decompose. And that is not a full decomposition because they just break in small pieces, so they're still there. On the other hand, Africa produces only 5% and consumes 4% of the total volume of the plastic worldwide. However, with increase in urbanization and population, the single-use plastic material threats are likely going to increase if we do not do anything, or if business continues as usual. Right, Honorable Speaker? When you look at these figures of production and consumption in Africa, these figures are very low compared to the rest of the world. But the imports of plastic manufactured products and packaging that enters into Africa is quite alarming. It is estimated that over 2.5 decades, over 230 million tons of plastic material has entered into Africa. This is very serious, right, Honorable Speaker? And if we don't do anything, we are really going to kill ourselves and our future generation. Right, Honorable Speaker? This is due to the fact that the global consumer brands are looking into expanding their markets in Africa. And they're doing that at the cost of the African people, with little or no plans of investing in managing the single-use plastic effects that could really face the people of Africa. I think this is not right. Right now, we have climate change meeting in Dubai at COP28. I hope leaders from Africa can really come up with solutions that would suit the African people, because Africa cannot be the dumping site. Right, Honorable Speaker, also it's important that we look at the relationship between the single-use plastic materials and the jobs that are created within the entire plastic chain. If you look Africa unemployment statistics, it's about 7 to 12%. In the Eastern Africa, it's about 4 to 5%. A large proportion of this unemployment and vulnerable unemployment consist of women and youth. This is very alarming, Right Honorable Speaker. For the sake of time, allow me to make a few recommendations. One of the recommendations, Right Honorable Speaker, the current linear model that we have of produce, consume, and throw need to stop. We need to transition to circular economic model, but we cannot do that without being innovative. So we need innovation, but at the same time, we need adequate legal framework that would be able to address different gaps that would be contextual based and nationally based. According to the research by World Bank, by 2050, if we do the circular model, could help to address this problem by 40 to 50%. So for me, this is a game changer because we cannot control the imports. We'll still be there. So we have to look at other models, such as investing in the circular model. But second recommendation that I would like to table, Right Honorable Speaker, some of the partner states, as we have seen, they have not introduced a specific tax on importation. I think it's important that all the partner states go for this specific tax that will be channeled to address challenges of single-use plastic products and packaging. And number three, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to embrace and encourage other partner states to adopt or to have the home-based solution models, such as the Uganda program that we have seen here in Rwanda. Right Honorable Speaker, from the beginning I said I've been here, this is the third week. So which means in my first week I was able to be part and participate in the Uganda program. This program does not only address the issue of environmental conservation. This program creates harmony within the community, has a number of socio-economic
information. Right, Honorable Speaker, I raise under Rule 47 to raise a point of information which is under not motion. Right, Honorable Speaker, you rightly ruled that let's manage time and speak for at least 3 minutes. This to accommodate some speakers. So I rise to inform you, the Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Member, that it will be important for us to be able to respect the ruling of the Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was just concluding. This is my last recommendation. And I'll take that information. Right, Honorable Speaker, I was talking about the Uganda program. And I've already talked about the economic social benefit that we have. But the most important thing that I've seen from this program is the awareness creation, Right Honorable Speaker, which is the major challenge that we have as the community. This program helps to create awareness on a number of issues. So I would really urge all the partner states to embrace and, if possible, to adopt this program. I thank you. I'd like to submit, and I support the report.
Thank you.
Procedure, Honorable Speaker.
Yes,
Procedure.
Yes, Honorable Sankok.
Honorable Speaker, I rise under rules of procedure, rule number 30. On motion may be moved without notice, and I move that this House, aware that we have a very busy schedule and that yesterday we were not able to meet, so I'm moving a motion that we extend our morning sitting today beyond 1 p.m. to the time that we finish all that is in our morning order paper. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move.
Do you have seconders?
Objection. Objection.
There is objection. Yes, Honorable Mukulia.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. You already ruled on the floor and appointed 7 people. 3 minutes each. By that, it means that we automatically end debate on this motion when all the 7 are done. However, the motion my honorable colleague will have raised is to extend time to a limited period of time, which is not an open. For instance, that the 7 times 3 will make 21. Please, when you make that one, 21 and you add on to this, it will give you to 115. So the honorable member will have raised the motion that we extend the time to 115. And that's the time when we could have stopped the debate. Otherwise, making it openly will exceed us up to 2. Yet we have business in this house in the afternoon up to morning. Yes. I stand to be protected, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm on the floor, please. I seek your protection.
Thank you. You have
Honorable Speaker, I'd clarify. In fact, what he's saying is
Honorable Sankok.
On the floor.
You need to clarify.
The floor, I thought.
Have you finished, Honorable Mkuria?
Yes, I just want to say that your guidance was well placed, and therefore we just need to extend time up to 115, and we stop there, not open-ended. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mkuria.
Thank you.
Let's Honorable Sank clarify his
Honorable
motion.
Speaker, Honorable Mkuria, only that is the king of controversy. That is exactly
order.
That is exactly
order, Mr. Speaker.
That is exactly the extension I have sought.
This is very wrong.
I did not seek the extension of this single.
Honorable Sanko,
I withdraw. I withdraw and apologize.
Honorable Sanko, there is an order from Honorable Mkuria.
Right Honorable Speaker, we need to conduct ourselves in decorum. It's unparliamentary to call somebody a honorable member king of controversy. I take an offense in this. I ask that the honorable member be ruled out of order for calling a honorable member king of controversy in this August House. I am trying to justify the reason as to why I believe we need to keep time as per the rules. Not really, I don't think my submission was out of his way for him to say I'm king of controversy. Please, Honorable Speaker, I take offense in that submission by Honorable Sankok.
Honorable Sankok.
I withdraw, Honorable Speaker, and apologize to the House. It was not intentional. Honorable Speaker, exactly that is what I had sought. In fact, I did not seek extension of the House up to we finish this debate. I sought the extension of our sitting until we finish what is in our morning order paper. So exactly what Honorable Mkuria was saying was still repeating what I had already said and eating into the time that you had said that the 7 members can contribute. We go on, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Procedure, Mr. Speaker, procedure.
Procedure, Honorable Dr. Makame.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm rising on procedures, 2 points of procedure. First of all, Rule 11, which is the rule concerning time, because we have only 90 minutes slot for break, and then we resume our business at 2:30. But also, Mr. Speaker, I'm rising on a procedure on Rule 48. Rule 48, Mr. Speaker, is a closure of debate. And why I'm proposing this, Mr. Speaker, is because, Mr. Speaker, when the chairperson of the Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources took sufficient airtime to elaborate the report on floor of this House, you even commented that he consumed more than an hour. And the first debater also consumed substantial time. And this matter has been well understood, the importance of banning single-use plastics in the region. And for that particular reason, Mr. Speaker, I'm proposing to invoke Rule 48 on closure of debate so that you put the question and then we pass the report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We had a motion from Honorable Sankok.
Yes, that's what I wanted to. Right, Honorable Speaker, if you allow me, I think there is confusion because Honorable Sankok raised a point of, he moved the motion and the motion was to extend time.
Yes.
I think we need to first deal with that before we can go into other matters. And Right Honorable Speaker, we came here to debate. And the people who are proposing that we suspend are already debating. So I really urge you, Right Honorable Speaker, that we extend time, and then the 7 people you had given opportunity to speak, maybe respecting the 3 minutes, we do it and then we finish. Otherwise, what's the purpose?
No, you are right. We will have
The debate.
we will have to give the floor to the members who had been given a chance to contribute. Then we'll decide. Now, I have to put the question that those who are in favor of the motion raised by Honorable Sankok, they say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. Now I give the floor to the next, who is Honorable Sadia.
Yes. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for
3
giving
minutes,
me
please.
the opportunity to make my little contribution. First of all, I would like to commend the committee for having a well-composed report. Right Honorable Speaker, it takes leadership and collective effort for us to implement the recommendation. The recommendations are very concrete, and I wish that we have the leadership, as has been showcased by Rwanda, for all our partner states leaders, so that we can, we own the pride. Because now we are a community of so far now 8 member states. But then when you look at Rwanda, it is showing so marvelous. So my concern is, why don't we, like the other partner states, the leadership, take it upon themselves so that we own the pride as East African? Right Honorable Speaker, when you compromise with your environment, it will be very expensive to maintain, because these polyton bags, it's not easy. Later, if we allowed it, it will be a kind of air pollution. And maintaining air pollution is something that is very expensive. So, Right Honorable Speaker, with all the institutional structures that we have, because when we go through the report, we all have the institutional structure in place to enforce the law. But why is it so difficult for other partner states to implement? So I urge us as East African and also our partner state leadership to take it, because it's something of fashion. Because imagine, it's something just is very small that we are compromising our economy. It's not about industries. It's not about something that, like economically viable, that today we get it, we sustain our economy, then tomorrow we undergo through the suffering. It's something that we can do it collectively. So I really urge the partner states leadership to take it upon themselves to give all the support that Rwanda needed. Because now, one of the recommendations is that the neighboring countries, there is no support from the partner states, which is something so discouraging. So let it take upon ourselves, let our leadership in all the partner states take it upon themselves, and us as members of parliament also to amplify our voices out there, so that we do it collectively for the interest of our region.
Thank you.
So with this, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the Rwandan chapter for hosting us greatly. So I'm really so happy for being here and, to move around, see the beauty of Rwanda. And I pray that it will be East Africa as a whole. So with this, I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Sadia. Now, Honorable Carolina.
It's me.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. for allowing me to also comment on this report. I stand to support the report of the ATNR committee, of which I am a member. And I urge members to support it. And not only to support this report, but the recommendations specifically, we will come up with our committee will come up with a bill, which we hope you will support. You have heard the statistics, they are really alarming. Half the plastic produced globally is designed to be used once. This plastic that we see here can only be recycled twice. We would like to get to a point where we use glass bottles and not plastic. But the problem that comes in is that economically, the alternative packaging that is being proposed is very expensive. And the main reason is because it's not being used widely. So the economies of scale. So when we are urging, right now, as you saw, all the East African countries have some form of ban. So there's a level of awareness. So it was really good to see that all the East African countries have some form of ban. Of course, the difference comes in the enforcement and also in the level of the bans and of the ban. We did not go into the details to show, but I was happy when we were in Zanzibar to see plastic bags were no longer there, which is really good. The same as Dar es Salaam, I saw the signposts, plastic bags are no longer used. But beyond plastic bags, the single use goes to many other things which you have seen in the report. And for that ban to be enforced, it needs collaboration. Plastics, no borders. Plastic pollution knows no borders. And right, I think you saw the pictures in the report. It was very clear that the seas, the lakes, Lake Kivu has got plastics. Lake Victoria, we eat all the fish that has plastics. We were talking about the main issue actually comes from the fact that the 50% is used once. Where does that go? It either goes in the dump sites, which if it's collected, it is in the air. When it's exposed to the sun, it breaks down into microplastics, goes into the soil and pollutes the soil, pollutes the water. So you're eating vegetables, you think that you're eating healthy food, but you're eating the microplastics. You're eating fish, which is imported, you're eating plastics. And then it has been found, health hazards, it has been found in the human placenta. It has been found in breast milk. So the economic costs, we are just talking about the floods. We in Somalia, in Tanzania, and at the coast, it's a lot of it is due to plastics, in addition to climate change, which is already there because it clogs the waters. So, because most of what I wanted to say has been said by others, and I have only 3 minutes, but I'm urging members to support this report, but urging you to support again the bill which we are going to bring, because the report is one thing, but what is going to come out of this is a bill, a strong bill that is prohibiting the manufacture, importation, and sale of the plastic. So thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Let me stop here and urge the members to support the bill which is coming soon. And that is what I wanted to emphasize. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Caroline. Now, Honorable Clement Musangabatware.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to make my contribution to the report. I do support the report on oversight activity on control and management of the single-use plastic materials in EAC. I take also this opportunity to thank all members of the Committee on Agriculture, Tourism, and Natural Resources. They put the clarity on issue using figures. Let me mention some. Over 400 million tons of plastic are produced every year. 10 million tons of plastic are dumped into oceans annually. That is equal to garbage of truck load every minute. Up to 50% of all plastic produced is for single-use purposes. 1 million marine animals are killed by plastic pollution every year. humans eat over 40 pounds of plastic in their lifetime. And the last one, research concludes that there will be no more plastic in the ocean than fish by 2050. That is a serious issue if nothing is done to address plastic pollution. Right, Honorable Speaker, the committee also provides good recommendation too, such as consider establishment of a special task force with limited timelines to develop a plastic strategy for the region, improve cross-border surveillance and enforcement, regional industry engagement, establish a regional framework for monitoring and evaluating progress in the reducing single-use plastic waste and pollution as well. Based on those good recommendations to protect our lives, I do request, right, Honorable Speaker, a comprehensive roadmap for its implementation. I submit, right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Clement. Now let's give the floor to Honorable Machano.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
For the chance extended upon me, coming up with my contribution on the report for the oversight activities on the controlling and management of the single-use plastic material in the EAC. Right Honorable Speaker, I just want to first come up with my appreciation for the Republic of Rwanda for the hosting of the second meeting of the second session of the fourth assembly of the EAC. And together with that, I want to add the way we have seen the hospitality, the kind of hospitality and humanity for the people of Kigali. We really enjoy it. Thank you very much. And before going to my contribution, let me join Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, with the condolence with the people of Manyara region who have for the mudslides and floods caused the death for the several people and injured. May Almighty God rest the souls of the dead in peace, and simultaneously to that, granting the good health for the injured. Right, Honorable Speaker, let me now go direct to the report. I first feel proud to declare that I'm a member to that committee, and I agree and I support the report presented before the Parliament. This is the real work of the committee. Thank you very much. Mine, as we have discussed a lot in the committee, and which has been well organized in reports, I have few remarks on it. First, banning of products in import, trade, and use of plastic use material have some effects. The first effect is environmental conservation and preservations. And the second is protection for human and animal health. Honorable Speaker, I was very interesting to observe that among the partner states, all of the 7 partner states have used their efforts to make sure they control and manage the single use of plastic material. This has been well witnessed, whereby expertise has been sent from all partner states to the committee, having the presentation on how they serious protecting and controlling the single-use plastic material. Right, Honorable Speaker, I don't have many things to contribute to in this report. As I have said, I'm a member to this committee, and our contribution has been submitted according to the submission of by the Honorable Chair. Let me once again, having this opportunity, to thank you for the opportunity and the time for my contribution. And then, in addition to that, I thank you very much, Chair of the committee, for well organizing and the supervision of the working made by the members to the committee. Without forgetting the staff members of the EALA, who are very organized in the meeting and also the report which has been presented. Allow me to acknowledge them by names. Thank you very much, Mr. Asheri Wimile, for your contribution. Madam Merigoreth Mkenda, Ms. Joyce Uloya and Elizabeth Mkenda. Thank you very much. I support the report and I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you now, Honorable Fatuma Ndangiza, and then Honorable Sankok.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. At the outset, let me also add my voice to the many leaders of my country to once again welcome you all to Rwanda and Kigali, and I hope you continue enjoying integration. Please integrate more and let us know if there is areas where we can improve to make your stay as comfortable as possible. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the topic of our discussion is very critical, and I also want to declare that I'm a member of Agriculture Committee. The report on the oversight on the control and management of single-use plastic materials is really a timely debate, and I'm happy that as we discuss this, recently the summit had a summit on food security and climate change, but our leaders are also participating in COP28 in Dubai. And I believe the issue of single-use plastic bag is part of the entire ecosystem of climate change. And really, if we really have to deal with this issue of climate change, at least we can start with the ban of single-use plastic materials, because it's possible, it's no longer an option, but it's a question of saving life. We've seen the statistics, it affects lives. Most of the diseases is because of single-use plastic, including the cancers. It is affecting the fish that we love. But in 2015, as it was said, we shall have more plastics than fish. And the implication is that really it's going to affect environmental degradation, but it is also continuing to affect the health of our people and also the planet as a whole. The challenge that I see based on the interaction we had with our partner state is the fact that this is a very lucrative business. It is contributing to our GDPs, it is creating employment, and the recent UNCTAD figures show that plastics trade reached 1.2 trillion in 2022, despite a surge in public awareness, and it has generated waste that is close to 139 million metric tons. But when you look at the recycled part of it, it's only 9%. So you can imagine 93% of the waste that comes from the single-use plastic is not recycled. This is a serious challenge. I am happy that most of the partner states have taken measures, but we need really to take a regional approach to fighting this menace. We need to harmonize our laws. We need to harmonize our policies. We need to improve on implementation, because Rwanda, its modest achievement in this area has been its commitment to enforcement of the laws. It's been because of the awareness of our people. And I think if Rwanda has been able to make those small efforts that you are commending today, I believe probably other East African countries can even do better. So I don't want to take much of the time, just to urge the council really to take seriously our recommendations. We know there are efforts, but this is an issue that has to be given urgent attention. I submit and support the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Ambassador. Let's give the floor to Honorable Sankok.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity also to contribute and to support this very important report from the Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resource Committee. Honorable Speaker, let me start by thanking the Rwanda chapter for hosting us, Rwanda Bicameral Parliament, and His Excellency Paul Kagame for having our stay here being very enjoyable and the best experience ever that I have experienced after traveling all over the world. Honorable Speaker, specifically yesterday, we enjoyed the dinner. The traditional songs were so nostalgic. I started remembering home and our days when we were very young, that we can jump like those young men and women that were jumping in front of us. And I saw you, Honorable Speaker, you also enjoyed.
You were even, you had found your second leg. You were dancing as a...
Honorable Speaker, I was almost flying. Honorable Speaker, on this report, 10 million tons of plastic are dumped into our ocean. We eat this plastic through seafoods. God knows how many kgs I've eaten so far, but surely it is alarming. And I think we were given directive by God through the Bible, Genesis 1:28, that we should subdue the world. It is now like the world is subduing us, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, an experience is the best teacher. Through what we have seen happening here in Rwanda, I think we can learn a lot from how we can be able to manage our environment. Honorable Speaker, yesterday I drove all the way to Ngoma district to celebrate the International Day for Persons with Disability. You don't see any plastic along the 100 kilometers that we drove through. I've also drove, Honorable Speaker, through Katuna when I came. I came not flying, but driving. And I drove all the way to Kigali. I didn't see any plastic along the way. Honorable Speaker, I suggest even the ministers who are here, they should not fly into Kigali. They should drive so that they can see around Rwanda how these plastics can be managed and how the environment can be managed. I also suggest in the motto of experience being the best teacher, that all of head of states who will be attending any meeting in Kigali, they should not fly into Kigali. They should drive all the way from Tanzania, from Burundi, from Kenya, from Uganda to Kigali. They will surely have learned through experience. Honorable Speaker, I support. And if, because I'm a Pan-African, if we form the United States of Africa, Kigali will be its capital city so that we can learn all from it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Thank you. Let's give the floor to a member of the Council of Ministers if they want to contribute. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, let me first start by thanking you for this opportunity, but also, as other fellows have said, and having the information and being aware that our Excellency, Madam President, has also given condolences, as you said into your opening statement, to those who faced the catastrophe in Hanang, Tanzania, and the other areas. We are in the same line, being sorry for them, and we hope God will make a way for everyone. Mr. Speaker, on the matter at hand, which we are discussing, me with the member from the Council of Ministers, we commend the good oversight job done by the committee on agriculture, tourism, and natural resource. It is a recommendable job. The members deliberated and took their time from their hearts to deliberate what was supposed to be deliberated. And on top of that one, we thank for the recommendations and contributions made by the members here, which were
adding to what was deliberated by the committee. And together we say, this is what we have to do and we have to abide by it. Now, the council is tasked to study and make sure that the same are implemented for the purpose of protecting the community well-being on environment, but also on social welfare of the member of the community. Also, the Sector Council on Environment and Natural Resource has discussed and directed the Secretariat to mobilize resources to address the remaining challenges on the plastic bag management. As we have seen in the report, Mr. Speaker, almost every country, member state, has taken steps, as it is shown in the report which has been put on the table at page 33. Every member state has taken a step, but there are still remaining some challenges which has not been addressed. Now the Secretariat has been directed by the Sector Council to make sure that we study and come up with a solution and mobilize resources so that we can manage the plastic bag problem which we have in some remaining areas. Mr. Speaker, also the 9th Sector Council on Environment has also requested the partner state to share their updates on the national pollutant control initiatives on the financial year 2023-2024, so that we can be on the same line together to know what is one member state doing to make sure it control the plastic problem we have into our countries. It has also directed the Secretariat to undertake a situational analysis on pollution and waste management in the region and identify areas for intervention and report on the same on the next Sector Council. And I hope in this one, the Secretariat will have taken note of the recommendable job which has been done by Rwanda for making sure that Kigali looks clean. And I wish to let my colleague here know that some of us drove in. I was in Tanzania. I drove in from Rusumo to Kigali, and I had some time to walk around. Of course, I was chatting with the Honorable Minister here. I want to learn some more lessons when I come out of Rwanda, so that back home in Tanzania, we can start implementing what we have done. Now, the Secretariat will also learn something else and also share, so that we can be together in making sure that we take steps. Mr. Speaker, I therefore assure you and the members that all the recommendations are welcomed and taken serious for consideration by the Council, and we report back. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Let's give the floor to the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to sincerely thank the members, my colleagues who have made very important contributions toward the report and also supporting the report in its entirety. Right Honorable Speaker, I will not go deep to what they have commented on, because there was no different suggestion that we need to add on the report, but appreciating emphasis that have been made by each and every member that has made contribution. So with this, I want to go straight to appreciating the honorable members who made their submission. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate Honorable Dr. Shogo Mlozi, Honorable Sade Jemi Sibit, Honorable Kalaman Musanga Batuare, Honorable Caroline Kayonga, Honorable Machano Hali Machano, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma Dangiza, Honorable Dr. David Olesankok, Honorable Stephen Biabato, the member of the council. Thank you very much, honorable members, for your contribution. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you for this.
Thank you. It is time now to put the question that the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources on the oversight activity on the control of management of the single use of plastic materials in EAC region be adopted. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, this motion is very important to lives of East Africans. If we want to save our soil, if we want to save our lives, our water, our fishes, our food, we have to implement immediately this motion in our partner states. And with this, I adjourn this house to this, we are already in the afternoon, today at 3 p.m. Thank you.
But my
Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society, good of all human lives upon it, and the just government of its people, we beseech you to look with your abundant favor upon us, your servants, whom you have entrusted with the performance and such important trust in this community. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our attention and deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this region, and of those whose interests you have committed to us. Amen.
Item number 1 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, welcome back from the lunch break. And as you are aware, we had a very busy schedule this morning. And this morning, the order paper we had concluded 2 reports, and we have 3 motions still pending. And I have, in accordance with Rule 16, Chapter 6, directed that after the item on laying papers, we proceed with the 3 motions which we had in the morning order paper. But briefly, we have been taking much time on each motion. So now, clerk, proceed.
Item number 2 on the order paper, laying of papers. Roman 1, the report of the Committee on General Purpose on the EAC Pre-Budget Conference for financial year 2024-2025.
Chair of the GP, you can lay the report.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the report on the Committee on General Purpose on the Pre-Budget Conference for the financial year 2024-2025 with its annexes. I beg to lay.
Still on the same item, Roman 2, report of the Committee on Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on table the report of Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution on the assessment of the progress made by the community towards achieving political federation, implementation of the regional peace and security strategy, and issuance of the e-passport as a standard travel document in East Africa. The report was conducted on the 18th to 22nd November 2023 in Kigali, Republic of Rwanda. I beg to lay.
You can lay the papers.
Item inter alia, motion for a resolution of the Assembly urging the EAC Council of Ministers to streamline the process for the utilization and management of finances of the EAC. Motion.
Honorable Dr. Siranda, move the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion for resolution of the Assembly urging the Council of Ministers to streamline the processes for the utilization of and management of the finances of the community. I beg to move.
Do you have seconders? Honorable Kakoza, Honorable Dr. Shogo, and others. Now justify your motion. Please remember that we need the summary, not the long report.
Right Honorable Speaker, I move the motion for utilization I move a resolution for the Assembly urging the Council of Ministers to streamline the processes of utilizing and management of the finances of the community. The motion is moved under Article 49, Clause 1, 59, Clause 1 of the Treaty and the Rules of Procedure, the Rule 26 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly. Mr. Speaker, whereas Chapter 28 of the Treaty, Chapter 28 of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community provide for the financial matters relating to the community, whereas Article 132 of the treaty provides for the budget of the community prepared by the Secretary General for consideration by the Council and approval of the Assembly, whereas Article 135 of the treaty empowers the Council of Ministers to make financial rules and regulations for the community, and in 2012, the Council made and issued the EAC financial rules and regulations, which together with the Budget Act are primary framework for the financial management and utilization of the finances of the community. Recognizing that the financial rules and regulations provides for planning and budgeting committee to assist the Secretary General to prepare the budget consideration of the estimates prepared by the Secretary General, by the Finance and Administration Committee of the Council, submission of the budget by the Secretary General to the Council for consideration and submission of the budget adopted by the Council to the Assembly for the consideration of the approval. Aware that Regulation 23 provides that after the Assembly has adopted the budget, the Secretary General is required to issue a demand note to the partner states to permit their contributions to the budget by 31st December of each year. Noting that the Assembly is administered by the Commission in accordance with the Administration of East African Legislative Assembly Act 2012, which provides for the Commission to manage the business and programs of the Assembly, including causing the preparation for the budget of the Assembly. Recalling that in 2016, at its 23rd meeting, the Council decided to grant financial and administrative autonomy to the East African Court of Justice and the Assembly, and directed the Secretariat to operationalize the autonomy. Further noting that although the Regulation 23 of Clause 3 provides that the funds for the General Reservoir, that funds from the General Reservoir found by utilization and to administer the current budget in case of the delay in remittance of the budgetary contribution from the partner states. This requires the approval of the Council and has institutionalized the culture of organs and institutions of the community, begging that each of the Council, in order to conduct activities of the community that were budgeted and approved by both the Council and the Assembly, concerned that the delayed or non-remittance of the contributions to the budget by partner states and added by bureaucracies in authorization to use the funds for the activities of the community that are already approved is affecting the implementation of the programs and activities of the organs and institutions of the community, and slowing down the implementation of the EAC integration agenda. Recognizing that Article 49(2), Article 49 Clause 2, D of the treaty empowers the Assembly. The Assembly shall discuss all matters pertaining to the community and make recommendation to Council as it may deem necessary for the implementation of the treaty. Aware that under Article 59, Clause 2, Clause 1 of the treaty, any member may propose a motion in the Assembly. Honorable Speaker, now therefore be it resolved by the Assembly as follows: that in accordance with Article 49(2)(d) and 59(1) of the treaty, the Assembly recommends to Council of Ministers to urgently streamline the processes of utilizing the financial resources of the community by eliminating unnecessary bureaucracies and needless processes from the utilization of the budget of the community as approved by the Assembly. I beg to move.
Thank you. Honorable members, the motion on the floor is that this assembly do resolve to urge the East African Community Council of Ministers to streamline the processes for the utilization and management of finances of the community. Debate is open. Do you have seconders? Gideon, Honorable Gideon, Honorable Kakoza, Honorable Omar, and others.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to give more flesh to this motion that has been raised by my dear colleague, Honorable Dr. Siranda. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm the seconder of the motion as written. Referring to the council decision.
Procedure. Please, honorable members, it's the speaker that grants.
Yes, Honorable.
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
I just want to raise on a procedural matter that the honorable member moved his motion and the honorable member is supposed to justify his motion. So procedurally, it will be right for Honorable Siranda to justify his motion before the seconders could go on either to support or not to support. So could it be procedurally right that Honorable Siranda justify his motion before we launch into debate? I beg to submit. Yeah.
You are right. He has to justify it.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'll say a few things to allow colleagues to input, because this is a process of the Assembly. Right Honorable Speaker, this motion is timely. I know that this last summit did touched a bit on the processes we are speaking about by arguing council to urgently implement the decisions that have been taken. But Honorable Speaker, the House and the community has been held at ransom because the treaty is very clear in terms of what we're supposed to do, but we came in the House and passed and did our role as a member and as members of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, because of bureaucracies and processes, sometimes we do not deal with the reality of what is facing the House. For instance, there is this animal called F&A. You can see in the report of GP that instead of doing the real job they are supposed to do, most of the time they are into semantics of copycat and paste. And our belief is that if we have a proper documentation in terms of streamlining how resources are used, this will help all the organs of the Assembly. Right Honorable Speaker, we have a commission that you chair. The commission is supposed to financially operate as autonomous. It is supposed to deal with the matters of administration in a way that is, it's supposed to be very autonomous in dealing with the matters of administration, issues of recruitment, issues of planning, issues of budgeting for the Assembly. But Right Honorable Speaker, that is on paper. I believe that the able commission that you have, if these processes are properly put in line and they are streamlined, both the commission and the court, East African Court of Justice, both will have capacity in terms of how to plan better and how to implement, because money or resources are blood that fuels all our body parts. And we cannot continue hiding under the processes under which we operate, that this Assembly is operating well. Right Honorable Speaker, this motion is asking ourselves to implement both the decisions that the summit has made and a lot of decisions that both the council and the summit had taken in terms of financial and administrative autonomy. I don't want to say a lot of things, Honorable Speaker, but I want our colleagues to support this motion and argue council members that are seated here to make sure that the decisions that are taken are implemented for us not to keep dancing around and back and forth as if we are dancing on back heels and yet we're here to do the implementation, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I always say that the dog wags the tail. It is not the tail that wags the dog. Right Honorable Speaker, the flamers of this East African community envisage an assembly that is independent and works in complementarity with the other organs. But the way we operate, Right Honorable Speaker, we are more or less like beggars of the resources that we must use for us to start the implementation of moving this community forward. As I speak now, Right Honorable Speaker, if you had all that powers, we would have done the tour. We are doing an oversight on what we don't understand, Right Honorable Speaker. How can you have members of parliament that have so oversight the institutions of EAC that they have never seen? I'm sure many of our council of ministers, even that are here, do not have an idea of what these institutions are because they have not had an opportunity because of the way resources are allocated to visit and do the tours within this institution that we're managing. Right Honorable Speaker, the council members are also members of parliament, technically. They are ex-official MPs. Therefore, their presence here is a justification that if we continue working together, we can all contribute to the growth and widening and tightening of this community. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker, by urging honorable colleagues to support this timely motion to deal with this matter once and for all. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I have to remind you that the motion on the floor is that the Assembly do resolve to urge the East African Community Council of Ministers to streamline the processes for utilization and management of the finances of the community. Debate is open. So we start by Gideon, Honorable Gideon, then Honorable, give me the names. We start by 4, and please respect the 3 minutes. Honorable Gideon, Honorable Kakoza, Honorable Hassan, and the Honorable Rose Akol. Then others will follow.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I will respect my 3 minutes. Let me go straight to my submission to support this read motion by my colleague, Honorable Dr. Siranda. Right Honorable Speaker, as read in the motion, already we know that there was a council decision, a council directive to the Secretariat after the decision of its 33rd meeting held in 2016. This directive was directed to the Secretariat to implement the decision. We have seen and we have talked about it, that the Secretariat is staying from implementing this decision. Right Honorable Speaker, for the purposes of enhancing efficiency and effectiveness of the other organs of the community, it is imperative that this House support this motion to resolve that this decision be effective. We know, Right Honorable Speaker, as I reiterate what my colleague comments on before, that this decision could be part of the overall directive by the summit in its 23rd ordinary meeting that need to be operationalized by the council. Right Honorable Speaker, we have known that the council sometimes does not even implement the directive of the summit. That's why there's outstanding directive and decisions to be implemented yet so despite the directive by the summit. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to also mention that EALA as an organ under Article 16 is also given that autonomy, that this is sometimes not bound by some decisions by the council. So EALA is in best position to have its own autonomy to operate for the purposes of accountability, purposes of enhancing efficiency and effectiveness of the assembly, as well as to other organs of the assembly like the ECJ that was granted the same autonomy by decision of the 33rd meeting of the council in 2016. Right Honorable Speaker, I support this motion and I beg to submit.
Now, Honorable Kakoza.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Also, I want to support the motion, but with an amendment. Right Honorable Speaker, systems have changed all the time. Financial regulations are manuals. They are not used as a legal framework to operate finances. Because that's why my colleague who has brought the motion has said that once we pass a budget, it's appropriated by the assembly, but somebody in EAC sits and diverts the fund to another use. By the way, that is corruption. Because the only members in the house of the assembly, they are the people responsible for appropriation of money brought by the council. When somebody sits in EAC and says changes, the diversion of money, that's a fraud. I can tell you that one of the audit queries we have in the committee and even the past reports, that funds could be withdrawn in the general reserve without a council approval and the funds could be borrowed, not refunded. That's a serious issue. Right Honorable Speaker, we need a legal framework. We need a legal framework which does principles of management and community resources. When we get a legal framework, this manipulation of resources by rules, they are no longer working in the digital working system. These days, when they were introducing these financial regulations, the countries were three. That was Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. They were bringing them to community because they were a guide. But now what we need to do, we need to have a finance management bill, the East African Community Finance Management Act, to restrain any accounting officer once money is appropriated, not to divert those funds. And once there is the legal framework, there will be a streamlined system. How that money, strategic plans, investment plans, they will be within that legal framework, that what we need to do, it will be streamlined. With my submission, I want to amend the resolution there that one of the players that we allow a private member's bill on the last, that the council or a public private member's bill be brought to the House for Financial Management Act for consideration and enhancement of the assembly or the committees to manage the resources. And I want to urge my colleagues to support me. Already I've sent a motion to the speaker that will bring that motion. I need, because the history we have, the council ministers agreed in the last EALA 3, EALA 4, they didn't bring that bill. Now we members, there are two alternatives to bring bills. Council can bring a bill or it can be brought by private members' bill. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Kakoza. Let's give the floor to Honorable Hassan Omar.
The Speaker, I raised to support this motion, but I'll speak only on one specific aspect because I'm also a member of this committee, particularly on the issue of the slow progress in attaining our political federation. The late Mwalimu Nyerere I had one of his most inspiring speech telling us how when the European Union was moving towards one economic and possibly a political federation, our countries were still hanging on to these notions of nationalism, notions of building their own little countries.
Procedure. Right, Honorable Speaker. I'm wondering whether the Honorable Member is aware of the discussion that's happening. It's on the motion of the resolution presented by Dr. Siranda, not the report.
No, I'm on the wrong one then. I was sorry about that, Mr. Speaker. How come this?
Now, Honorable Akolo Rose, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to participate in the debate on this very important motion that has been brought by my colleague, Honorable Dr. Siranda. On the onset, I want to thank him. I want to thank him. Members, I need protection, please. I'm on the floor. Please, no more discussion. Yeah, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Honorable Dr. Siranda for this very important motion on the streamlining the process for utilization and management of the finances of the community. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of separation of powers between the three arms of government at EAC is long overdue and very critical to the progress of the community and it's an enabler for it to be able to achieve its objectives and the four pillars of integration, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, sometimes I really wonder what goes on when the members of council meet, because in our countries, the principle of separation of powers is a governance matter, and it's implemented in our member states, that you have the legislature independent from the judiciary and independent from the executive. So in the East African community, the council that is part of the executive determines when actually the other arms of government, that is EACJ and EALA, do their work. They even determine which programs they should implement in a financial year through the so-called F&A. But that is council, that's a subcommittee of council, so it is council. So in this matter, I really want to urge council. This issue of governance is a serious matter. Let the three arms be separated. Let them have financial autonomy so that we are able to determine the programs we want to implement in the financial year. It is very important. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, when I talk about programs, with the EACJ, there is delayed justice because normally when they request for resources, they are denied. They give them resources to implement what the executive or the Council of Ministers want them to implement, not what the EACJ wants to implement. So as a result, there is delayed justice, Right Honorable Speaker. For the Assembly, even programs that are in the treaty, provided for in the treaty, like the Nanyuki series, Right Honorable Speaker. For the last, I don't know how many years, we no longer have the Nanyuki series. And the Nanyuki series is about meetings. In fact, it is about sensitization workshops, let me call it meetings with our member state parliaments. It is that opportunity for us to meet with our member state parliaments and talk to them and tell them what so far the EAC has for the community. What have we done? Where are we? What are the challenges that we have? That is the Nanyuki series. But even that one has been denied to the assembly. So even our own members of parliament do not know what goes on at EAC because we no longer have the opportunity to interact with them through the Nanyuki series. And this has been denied to the assembly by the denial of funds by the Council of Ministers. They do not want us to have that meeting. I don't know why. And this is all because of lack of autonomy, Right Honorable Speaker. When you talk about the sensitization program, Right Honorable Speaker, in EALA 4, we used to have days in our calendar where we go and meet the community and sensitize them about the opportunities that they have and what EAC means to them. It's no longer there. It's no longer there because the Council of Ministers through F&A, every financial year when that activity is forwarded to them for resources is removed. So how do we sensitize our communities on the opportunities available at the EAC and what EAC means to our members of the community? Right Honorable Speaker. Even the trip, right, the sensitization trip just to members of parliament to know the institutions that exist at the EAC. Even that one, the funding has been removed. So this is all about lack of independence. And Right Honorable Speaker, when you audit, when you oversight an institution that determines, that gives you resources to do, to enable you perform your duties, this is what happens. You cannot be the oversight body for Secretariat, for the Council of Ministers, and expect them to fund your activities fully. That is out. So, in essence, you are hampering the progress of the community, and we request that, Right Honorable Speaker, let that separation of powers be, so that we are able to progress and have what we know as priorities for each arm of government determined by that arm, not by the Secretariat. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of financial management in the community is also another matter that is very serious and is the core issue in this motion. In EALA 4, we tried to bring a financial management bill as a private member's bill, but the council came in and said it has financial implications, therefore it can only be council to bring it. So now, I would like Honorable Kakosa to take note of this, that you can actually not bring a private member's bill on financial management of the finances of the community because it has financial implications, and the treaty limits us on that one. Therefore, we only have to urge council to make sure it brings this bill. And since EALA 4, we have been urging for this bill to be brought so that we have clear financial management legal framework, but because the lack of that framework is an advantage to those who are supposed to bring it. Actually, they are failing even the council in making sure that bill is brought. So council, take note. Bring this bill so that we sanitize the way our finances are being managed in the community. People are stealing at will. You prepare budget as parliament, as council, parliament approves and it's appropriated, then some people go and make changes. Like recently now, as I said earlier, the budget for recruitment has already been removed, and yet we provided over $500,000. Now it has been reallocated to another activity. That is not priority. And yet the institutions of the community do not have the human resource to implement the activities they want to implement. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
You had 3 minutes.
I thank you for giving me this opportunity, and I really want council to go and do what they call deep thinking. Deep thinking into what you need to do in order for this community to move forward and achieve its key objectives. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Now we'll take the others member, Honorable Mukulia, Honorable Fatma Dangiza, Honorable Luque, and Honorable Winnie.
Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to congratulate and thank Honorable Siranda for the motion. And my purpose of standing is to move an amendment to the motion under Rule 31.5 of our Rules of Procedure, which is said manner of debating motions and amendment thereto. And 5 say any amendment to be moved and seconded in the House shall be required by the Speaker to be put in writing by the mover and delivered to the clerk, of which I have done, and should have been delivered to your table.
Which article? 31.
31, page 27, 31.5.
So any amendment to be moved and seconded in the House shall be required
Moving in
by
that
the
page.
Speaker to be put in writing by the mover and delivered to the clerk. Have you put it in?
Yes, I've written to you the amendment I'm proposing to the motion based on this rules of our procedure.
Yes.
And Right Honorable Speaker, maybe I can put the amendment I wish to make. Yes, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The proposals I'm making to amend this motion is based on the justification given here by the mover under paragraph 5, 6, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, of which the mover has given several reasons as to why we needed to streamline the finances of the community. However, Right Honorable Speaker, if you look at those justifications, it takes us to one thing, and that thing is financial and administrative autonomy of the Assembly. And therefore, my proposal is to amend the motion urging the Council of Ministers to grant administrative and financial autonomy to the East African Legislative Assembly and the East African Court of Justice based on paragraph 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of the motion. I beg to move the amendment, Right Honorable Speaker.
Are you seconded? My Honorable Musamali, Akol Rose, and many others. Thank you, Honorable Mukulia. As you have been seconded and put it in writings, I think that we will have to consider this. And thank you for reminding us this thing. Chair of the committee, consider this. So now we have to give the floor to Honorable Luque, then Honorable Ndangiza, then Honorable Winnie.
Honorable Speaker, I donate my time to others because my submission is taken care of by Honorable Mukulia. Thank you.
Thank you. Then Honorable Ndangiza.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking Honorable Dr. Siranda for a timely motion, and also thank Honorable Mukulia for the amendment, but still maintaining some of the key aspects of this motion, especially on remittance and also financial management. Right Honorable Speaker, you recall that according to our treaty, Article 132 is very clear. In particular, Section 4, that the budget of the community will be an equal contribution from all the partner states. And therefore, every partner state annually has to make equal contribution. I think currently it's around 7.9 million. We know, all of us, that this community has been growing from time to time. It's expanding. As we speak, we have the Republic of Somalia, now 8 partner states, with a population of close to 317 million, which is so huge, but also the community in terms of institutions has also been expanding. It also implies that we have so many projects that could be beneficial to the lives of our people, but also transformation of the economies of this community. And therefore, it is logical that every partner state remit their annual contribution, because the moment you accede to the treaty, it also implies that you have to abide and comply with all provisions of this treaty, including the equal contribution. So I really want to urge our partner states through the council to ensure that we have a clean page. I'm happy that in the recent summit, the matter of remittance and also sustainable financing was discussed. I think the ball is in the court of the council to ensure that, if need be, sanctions are also implemented to ensure that all partner states adhere to this. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, contribution, of course, of this money is our taxpayers' money, and it also has obligation on all of us to ensure that there is financial accountability. Of recent, you've seen, especially during budgeting, that when you look the way we budget for of these monies, that is hard-earned taxpayers' money, it is mainly travel, it is mainly consultancies, and really no concrete benefit to the 4 pillars of integration. And therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, I think we should resolve as an assembly that future budgeting, if there is no clear value for money, we should reject it, because this will be wastage of our taxpayers' money. And at the end of the day, we only have a community of people who have become tourists all the time, rather than sitting in offices and deliver on their mandate. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, is the issue of appropriation. When it comes to appropriation, it's not only money that comes from our partner states, it also includes projects, but also money from our donors. But of recent, we heard that there's money that has been coming in, including the Peace Fund, and it hasn't been properly. At least we, as a committee of general purpose, we never received any information about these monies, and yet these were important money that is contributing peace and security of our community. So I think the council shouldn't accept any money to be utilized in this community without being fully appropriated by the assembly that is mandated by the treaty to do that work. So I really want to thank Dr. Siranda for this very important motion. And finally, our council, I want to urge you that on this issue of financial and administrative autonomy, we are not asking too much. One, this was a decision that was passed by our heads of state, but the council also at its 33 meeting, 2016, you can imagine now as we speak, it's 7 years. As we speak now, the speaker doesn't have powers to hire his own personal assistant. He doesn't have. He has to carry his files, and most of our staff here, I've been informed they are short-term. They have at least a contract of 1 to 6 months because the assembly cannot hire. And therefore, this makes really the work of the assembly very difficult. I know autonomy is a process, but it can even be gradual because we are also learning from the Commonwealth experience, but also our partner states themselves. Our partner states, there is separation of powers. We have legislature, we have executive, and we have judiciary. Even the budget that we are given, we are not even allowed to determine our priorities. Ever since we started EALA 5, Right Honorable Speaker, we've been begging for the tour to sensitize ourselves about the community and understand the priorities of our people in the EAC. Every time it goes to the council, it is rejected. So this is micromanagement. The council cannot do this. So really it is in the interest of this community that institutions that have been created are able to function. And this is really the basic necessity that we are requesting the council to look into. That what we want is to help us effectively deliver on our mandate. We don't want to create problems to any other institution. We are simply doing our role. And what we are requesting through this administrative and financial autonomy is to enable us, one, implement the summit directive, but secondly, effective functioning of the mandate of both the East African Court of Justice and also the Assembly. With those remarks, Right Honorable Speaker, I support the motion, and I urge the council really to take this discussion to another level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ndangiza, but you had taken more time. Now I give the floor to Honorable Winnie for.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know how you want me to come after the great Balozi on her home turf. Nevertheless, as an Arsenal fan, I will rise to the top. Mr. Speaker, the point I was trying to make has already been made, but if there's something I've learned in EALA, even though a point has been made, just stand up and make it again for emphasis. So I shall be quick. Mr. Speaker, the essence of African democracy or African community rose from something that we called palaver, where people would come from different communities. They would meet under a tree. They would be sent by the communities to go there and talk and discuss their problems. You don't live there till your problem has been solved. And then you go back and report to the community. All these years later, centuries later, the tree has been modernized into a physical building of parliament, where we come here, we sit in the chairs. I see even some people in the front rows have a special backrest. We have modernized. However, I fear our mistake has been we have modernized the tree and we modernized the punishment. Mr. Speaker, when I look at the orders of the day today, Order 5 says, urging the EAC Council. Order 6 says, urging the EAC Council. Order 7, recommending the Council of Ministers. The summit resolution of last week referred the Council to do something. Mr. Speaker, what I see here is a block, a blood clot of sorts. And I speak from experience when I say this. I have an older sister, she has had 11 strokes. So I fancy myself an expert when I know a stroke is coming. I think I can see it. Mr. Speaker, what we have here is a blood clot in the EAC community. If we keep returning time after time to urge the council to do the work, to recommend, to talk amongst ourselves, when I go back to Nairobi and they ask me, why have you guys not done this? And I say, we've done it, but it's been blocked by council. And they ask, why hasn't the summit ordered them? And the summit has done it, but it's been blocked by council. I'm afraid that next time I go and I tell them that, these recommendations, these urging, they'll tell me to come here, you better go say Committee X threatens the council. Committee X has screamed at the council. There is a problem here that we really need to get over. And I commend the members who are here today. But for those who are not, because even in committee, we call them, they don't show up. We provide online links, they don't show up. I urge you kindly, firmly, go back and tell your colleagues, scream from the mountaintop, that there's a famous saying we say in Kenya, "I ground may shift." Things are not good here, and they need to come here physically, attend to us, attend to the people of East Africa, and do the mandate that they are required to do. Mr. Speaker, with that, I support the motion and I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you for your contribution. Now I give the floor to one of the chair of the council, if in case he has something to add or to contribute. If there is no one to contribute, we can, yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I don't know where to start from. First of all, these microphones were not meant for people to speak while standing. That's why I have to bend. The practice here, I think, has been that members of parliament speak while seated, but I will have to abide by the practice within EALA. Secondly, I just realized that as my first time and my colleagues' first time attending this, I didn't know that it would be as hot as this for members of the council. I will not comment on each and every issue that has been raised because there are so many issues. I will just pick a few of them. On the issue of the autonomy of the budget, I think it's understandable that the parliament should have what is affordable within the means, within the basket available, allocated to it to cater for some of the issues mentioned here, like hiring a simple worker for aid for the speaker. Some of these things can be looked into. We can advise the council. As you well know, the EAC is now facing a serious problem of finances and resources, but hopefully the new model adopted during the last summit will try to alleviate this situation. Regarding transparency in resource utilization and accountability, this one we totally agree. We are in total agreement. And we shall work to improve this. And we agree also that the autonomy is a process and can be improved gradually. So we shall discuss this too amongst the council, and we shall do what we can. And what we can't accomplish, the council will take it to another level. If it means maybe looking into discussing the treaty, it can also be looked into. But much as these institutions are autonomous, but I think they are also collaborative. Collaboration must be maintained as a principle, discussion. This is what will give a healthy situation that will see us all serve our citizens. I thank you so much.
Honorable Minister. Now I give the floor to the chair of the committee. To the mover of the motion, Honorable Blacks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues for the contributions and input in this motion. Mr. Speaker, this is a justification that this is a timely motion, and I want to accept and appreciate the contributions for the amendment of the motion, because at the end of the day, what we are trying to look for is medication. And like I said, and you know this is a phrase that I always love saying, if you're suffering from diarrhea, the solution is not to cover your behind, but is to look for the doctor. And what we are trying to look for is a medical solution. And the doctor is to provide for the alternatives that allow us to operate in a collaborative way. And Honorable Minister, I want to appreciate you. In a unicameral legislature like we have now, this is not a bicameral, this is a unicameral. We meet together. We are the same house. The ministers are here at the front bench. Therefore, it's an engagement. It's a matter of looking for autonomy, but is collaborative at the end of the day. It's like a body part. All the body parts must fit to each other, and they all listen to the heart. And I want to appreciate you for being very candid. And I have trust that with people like you, I think the other people must be very committed. And I want to appreciate you for the commitment so far in the way you're dealing with members of parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, I have seen now you've thrown your hands in the air, Right Honorable Speaker. That shows that if you run faster than a duck, it doesn't mean that you're the fastest runner. You've only set your bar so low that you've run so faster and beaten a duck so you can celebrate that you're the fastest. No, you're not just the fastest, but you have set your bar so low. What am I trying to say is that I think we had set the bar and we allowed people to play with all the surface because we win a little and we think we can do. We cannot have a speaker who only begs and pleads to even have a person helping them to do their work. Right Honorable Speaker, the autonomy and administrative autonomy and financial autonomy is going to be a solution for this. And I appreciate you colleagues. Finally, we are in times of war. And when you're in war, you're not looking for the best qualified, but you're only looking for those that have the will and have the spirit to complete this war. The war on EAC is our own war. And we as parliament, you're the army that our National Assembly is sent. So deal with us as we are, because we are the best army that you have for now. I want to conclude, Right Honorable Speaker, by building hope that we might have lost all the crops, Right Honorable Speaker. But the good thing is that we still have the seeds and we will cultivate again, because the good thing is that the bad thing is the crops went, but we still have the seeds and the garden is around. We will rebuild ourselves and construct to plant again by coming up with good laws that help us in terms of implementing the decisions that the summit agrees to, but also the decisions of parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to conclude by appreciating the honorable members that have done contribution into this motion, and by allowing that we will meet together and not completely throw away the content of the other motion. For instance, we know that in the period of 2020 to somewhere during COVID, my research shows me even accounts were opened without council knowing. And these are matters that we want to try to deal with. It's not only monies that come from the community partner states, but also monies that come from the donation, that come from funders. We were told that the budget had not been passed, but one organ of the community was operating. Where were they getting resources to operate when the others were not operating? So, Right Honorable Speaker, the solution we are providing is to allow us to complement each other, but also move this community forward. I want to appreciate the Honorable Gideon Gatpan, the Honorable James Kakoza Mtagubia, the Honorable Hassan Omal, the Honorable Rosa Rosa Kolo Kulu, the Honorable Kenneth Ayson Mkulia, Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Luke Thompson, the Honorable Fatuma Ndangiza, the Honorable Winnie Odinga, then the Honorable General James Kabarebe, retired, and the Council Minister and Minister in charge of the EAC. Thank you so much for the contribution. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Dr. Gerard Siranda. But Honorable Mukulia had proposed to amend your motion under Rule 31. And he had proposed to read the motion for resolution urging the Council of Ministers to grant financial and administrative autonomy to the Assembly and the Court. If you take it, we will.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I already conceded to the amendments and I said we will harmonize, Right Honorable Speaker, and as long as we don't lose the contents that are within this, but I concede because this is the end goal that we're looking for. And if there is a need for motion, Right Honorable Speaker, I mean for bill, we will also look at it if it doesn't have a financial implication. Right Honorable Speaker, I concede.
Thank you. So, honorable members, I put the question that the motion proposed by Dr. Siranda, Honorable Dr. Siranda, which was the Assembly do resolve to urge the East African Council of Ministers to streamline the processes for utilization and management of the finances of the community, be adopted as
procedure. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I think from the mover of the motion and the amendment which was made by the Honorable Kennedy Mukulia, it means that the title of that motion has now changed to the amended one, Right Honorable Speaker. Because the question you are putting is the original motion without the amendment. Right,
yes, that's what I was adding as amended.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So those who are in favor say aye. Those to the contrary say nay. The ayes have it.
Motion inter alia. Motion for a resolution of the Assembly urging the EAC Council of Ministers to implement mechanisms of enforcing the provisions of Articles 143 and 146 of the EAC Treaty for the EAC Treaty, resumption of business.
Honorable members, this motion has been moved by Honorable Maina Mwangi, and you remember that this motion had been seconded during the first meeting of the second session, 50th Assembly. Now it's time for Honorable Maina to justify this motion, if he is around.
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please justify it.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity of moving this motion and also justifying it. But before I move forward, allow me to take this opportunity and appreciate the Republic of Rwanda for the warm welcome they have given us, and also giving us the opportunity to interact with the citizens of East Africa who live here in the Republic of Rwanda. So I want to thank the government of Rwanda and also the members of parliament from Republic of Rwanda. They have really hosted as well. In fact, I was telling some members, Right Honorable Speaker, that we need to take a lot of lessons, even in terms of hospitality, that we have been given here. Mr. Speaker, on this issue, this motion in one way or the other relates with the previous motion that has been moved by Dr. Siranda. Mr. Speaker, we all want our community to move forward. We all want all our citizens to get the right services. We all want our community to live to the dreams and the vision of our forebearers, the founding fathers of our partner states, the citizens that were there when we were fighting for the freedom and the independence of our nations. But Mr. Speaker, those dreams and those visions, if they are not resourced, if they are not funded, they are going to remain in papers, and they are going to remain in the graves when we are going to move to the next world. Mr. Speaker, this motion seeks to urge our partner states, all our partner states, without any prejudices of targeting any partner states, but all our partner states to remit their or to honor their financial obligation as stipulated in the treaty and other statutory documents, so that our community can move forward. The Englishman said that you put your money where your mouth is. Mr. Speaker, we cannot be speaking of integration and we are not committing through our resources. We live in a hugely capitalistic world where every service or where every objective must be aligned with resources. Mr. Speaker, we have passed very many laws as an assembly, right from the first assembly to the fifth. We have so many policies that have been passed by our Council of Ministers. We have various political directives that have been instructed by our summit. But all these laws, policies, and political directives must live and must be resourced by the resources that we have. Mr. Speaker, I was inspired by the heads of a state summit that was held in Arusha last month. And among us, the issues that were raised was how we as an assembly or as a community, we should be ensuring that we resource or we finance our own dreams and our own objectives. Specifically, I remember President Samia Suluhu speaking of how we as Africans need to move or need to finance our own development. Mr. Speaker, financing our own development means that we as partner states must remit our resources on time. Mr. Speaker, between the duration of me moving this motion and now, we have seen partner states that have actually remitted their contribution. And this is something that we should actually commend these partner states that have remitted their, or they have honored their financial obligation. Mr. Speaker, as it stands now, the financial obligation, the financial year 2023-2024 stands at 60%. So that means that there is a whole gap of 40%. This motion seeks to compel or to urge the Council of Ministers to implement the mechanisms enforcing the provisions of Article 143 and 146 of the Treaty of Establishment of East Africa Community. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge this Honorable House that next year we have a whole calendar of events that has been prepared by our honorable members in the commission and also other stakeholders within the East African, the EALA. Mr. Speaker, these activities cannot take place even as a house. They cannot take place if we don't have resources. Mr. Speaker, when we had the budget stalemate, the 3 months, I had a very difficult time in my country, Kenya, where members of parliament who elected me and even national, other ordinary citizens would always ask me, Maina Karobia, when do you go to EALA? We always see you around here doing harambes. We always see you here walking around with idling about with a political party. We always see you in TVs, holding TV interviews. When do you go to EALA to registrate? And you know, Mr. Speaker, I always try to defend the image of this community, even as much as things are not good. Mr. Speaker, what I didn't tell those people is that I didn't tell them that we don't have resources to move our activities. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge this House to adopt this motion so that we urge our Council of Ministers. They talk to our partner states to remit the finances on time as stipulated by the treaty and other statutory financial documents. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move this particular motion, and I invite all members of this House either to support the motion, even with amendments. I accept it, Mr. Speaker, but let it be in the greater interest of our community. Mr. Speaker, I want to live in a nation, or I want to live in a state of East Africa where I can easily, and you know, Mr. Speaker, you have blessed me with this particular blessing. I can easily move to Burundi and my my dowry can be accepted without any restrictions. But Mr. Speaker, for you to bless me with that, we must make sure that the integration process lives during our time. And I know it is going to live during our time. And by it living during our time is making sure that our partner states remit their finances on time as stipulated by the treaty. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to welcome this honorable House to debate this particular motion and also urge this House to speak to the Council of Ministers on this particular motion. I know the heads of summit made their instructions to the Council of Ministers, but I also want to urge this House to be on record also on this particular issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Guidance, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Kakoza.
I seek your guidance, Right Honorable Speaker. The motion for my brother is quite important, but as your communication, you communicated when we are beginning this House, that alternative financing of the community, the heads of summit took a decision and disagreed. So I don't know whether we still need to do any more after the heads of state have taken a module of 65% and 35%. I think maybe the motion, by that time when it was going to be debated, I think they stole the exams from my brother, and the heads of summit have already concluded about this. Do we need to still debate the motion? Because the decision now at play that the heads of state have agreed, they are going to say, support the community 65% and 35%.
Information, Mr. Speaker, information.
We still to
information
to debate.
Information, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inform my senior brother, Honorable James Kakoza, that the intention by my brother, Honorable Maina, was not to say that it does not in any way, or this motion does not in any way compromise what the summit concluded. What this motion is seeking is to ensure that the treaty provisions, the financial rules and regulations as established by the council themselves, as embodied in Article 135 of the treaty, are implemented, Mr. Speaker. And that's what the motion is pronouncing. It's referring to Financial Rules and Regulation 23.5, which the council itself, Mr. Speaker, committed. It's not the House, but the council sat them amongst themselves. They saw that they needed to have this community functioning. And in order to have this community functioning, they had that 23.5 that said partner states should be remitting funds or their obligations to the community in the first 6 months of the financial year. So that's a commitment which they made. So what Honorable Maina is simply trying is just trying to remind the honorable members of the council, and through them there, our partner states, to honor these obligations which they made. We should not be negotiating, agreeing, signing regulations, and then we're not implementing the same regulations which we impose on ourselves on our own. It's not any other person which imposed this, it's the council that created this financial rules and regulation. So I think, Mr. Speaker, the motion is pregnant and should be debated, but we can move with your guidance, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
But, right, Honorable Speaker, I thought your guidance. I didn't.
Yes,
I thought your guidance because under Article 143, the only superior organ on financial matters is the heads of state. And Article 143 says a partner state which defaults in meeting its financial and other obligation under this treaty.
Honorable Kakoza.
Yes.
You wanted my guidance. I think that the spirit that the mover has in his mind, and the Honorable Dr. Makame, who seconded, is different from yours. That's why I opened this debate, because the motion on the floor is that I have already given the motion on the floor, I think. So I have to open the debate, but maybe because this issue has been debated in different ways. We had even this motion from Dr. Siranda. It was somewhere like this one. If you don't mind, we can maybe, you can allow me to put the question, and because everyone understands, put the question and then go.
I have amendment
I'm
to the motion.
clarification,
Please.
right, Honorable?
Yeah.
Clarification.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the mover moved the motion quoting Article 143. Article 143 of the treaty states as follows: a partner state which defaults in meeting its financial and other obligations. What are those other obligations, including NTBs? This morning, Honorable Paul brought an issue of students not allowed to cross one of our partner states. This is how we are impeding the integration agenda, including our financial contribution and other things. Therefore, this motion should read sanctions to countries that default their financial obligation and other things that they do. And that is the amendment that I want to make. I thank you, right, Mr. Speaker.
Clerk, did you receive the written amendment? Okay, Honorable, I want to give the floor to the mover of the motion. And
Clarification.
tell
Right,
us what you think about the contribution of Honorable Mukulia.
Clarification.
I had given the floor to Honorable Maina.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, my intention is very clear, or the objective of this particular motion is on the issue of financial contribution of the partner states, by the partner states, complying with the treaty of establishment, specifically on the issues of financial remittances. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't accept.
So do you consider his proposal or have you rejected it?
No, I don't accept his proposal if it extends to other issues that are not on the issues of financial obligation. Because my motion when I was passing it, or when I was proposing it, it was specifically on the issues of financial remittances.
Procedure, Right Honorable.
I think that if he has himself clarified his position, that he is limited himself to financial obligation.
Procedure, Right Honorable. I do accept procedure,
yes,
Right
please.
Honorable.
Yes, please.
Right Honorable, you cannot quote an article half. Yes. You cannot quote an article half. The mover is quoting Article 143. Maybe we can ask the CTC, the Council to the Community, to guide us.
Clarification.
Thank you.
Clarification, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable
Speaker.
We had Honorable Akolo Rose. We have to give her the floor. Then we'll come to you, to Sankok.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I want to thank Honorable Maina for moving this motion. Now, in the resolutions that he's giving here to do with what the Council of Ministers has to do, number 2, that expedite the process of establishing a sustainable funding mechanism for the community. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm aware that in the recent summit meeting, some decisions were taken by the heads of summit. But Right Honorable Speaker, taking into account what you have always experienced in the manner in which our budget is funded, Right Honorable Speaker, it is funded in such a way that the community contributes about just 50% or less. And the rest is funded by the donors. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, this is our community. And when you don't have resources to fund your objectives, and other people come in to fund, they determine what they want to be achieved. It's not in accordance with their objectives. It goes with the saying that says that the one who blows the piper, actually determines the tune. So now, Right Honorable Speaker, ours is only a budget. First of all, it has reduced from 120 million now to less than even 100 million. It is less than 1% of the total community budget of the community, what we require as the East African community. The funding we require to run this community is less than 1% of the total budget of what member states spend or budget for. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm seeking clarification from our council members here on the issue of funding, especially when it comes to funding of our objectives in order to meet the key objectives of the treaty and the 4 pillars of integration. Why I'm seeking clarification as to why the budget is continuously reducing. When I joined this community, it was over 120 million. Now it is less than 100 million. And yet the individual budgets of our member states actually are going up. But funding to the community is going down. And expectations.
Honorable Rose.
Yeah, that's my question, Right Honorable. I'm begging to.
But we had to solve these problem between we have to get a common understanding on what the mover of the motion wanted really us to adopt. That's why I give the floor now to the seconder of the motion, who is Honorable Dr.
Clarification.
He is the seconder of the motion. He has to maybe to clarify.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Right, Honorable. I thought I have to finish and then if we come in.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to air my voice on this important motion moved by my brother, Honorable Maina Mwangi Karobia Geoffrey. Mr. Speaker, as I'm addressing myself to the motion, before I do that, allow me, first of all, to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for sending condolences to the partner states on the loss of our brothers and sisters in East Africa due to floods. And also, Mr. Speaker, for commending our heads of state for acting in the right way as consolers in general. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to put in the record that our head of state from the United Republic of Tanzania cut short her visit to the COP meeting in Dubai and went back to Tanzania to look after this matter and console the people in Hanang for the losses they are facing. Mr. Speaker, we are condoling with them. And now let me pronounce myself to the motion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this motion by my brother, Honorable Geoffrey Mwangi Maina Karobia, is a motion that is just aiming to state the obvious, that we have agreed to instruments, we have access to the treaty, we have access to the rules and regulations, we have negotiated them as ministers in the council. Now, what is important is to honor. It is not right for us in this house to be debating always on issues of non-compliance of financial obligations. And partner states, Mr. Speaker, are aware that they are supposed to honor their financial obligations. I won't name any partner state for now, but Mr. Speaker, when I looked at the pictorial position of the financial contributions for this financial year, as at 30th November of 2023, I saw two partner states with zero contribution. 5 partner states have contributed more than 50%. 2 partner states have zero contributions. But out of the 2 partner states with zero contribution, 1 partner state has arrears that now violate the provisions of the financial contributions, that they shouldn't exceed 18 months. And 1 partner state is within, because if that partner state pays between now and 31st December, then it will be between, compliant to the regulation 23.5. So, Mr. Speaker, when my brother, Honorable Maina, was moving this motion, the situation was very much different. And we had several partner states in deep arrears. But now they've been, the financial contributions have been honored. And Mr. Speaker, as my brother Maina said, finances are the blood of running this community. We need to pay our secretariat, we need to pay our staff, we need to have staffing. Like we were considering the annual report in the morning, and when we interacted with the colleagues from the secretariat, we were informed that the department responsible for planning and monitoring and evaluation is severely understaffed. It has 1 director and has 1 officer. That's it. And that is a department looking after the entire East African community and also the organs and institutions, secretariat. So, Mr. Speaker, there was a lot of debate in the morning. I wouldn't like to spend much time on that because also we have limited time. But the council, we really urge them to honor whatever they did commit themselves to. It's not something which we are requesting them to do something.
Procedure, Right Honorable Speaker.
Procedure, Honorable Mukulia.
Right Honorable Speaker, the member on the floor right now just made a statement that 2 partner states are in deep areas. Deep, that's the statement used. Right Honorable Speaker, Rule 45 of our rules of procedure states, I quote, a member shall be responsible for the accuracy of any facts which he or she alleges to be a true and may require to substantiate any such fact or to withdraw his or her allegation with an appropriate apology upon the direction of the Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to ask your indulgence to ask the Honorable Member to prove the statement that 2 partner states are in deep. He said it too. This I require substantiation from the Honorable Member. And which are those 2 countries? Yes, I beg to.
Honorable Dr. Makame.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I thank you for giving me again the floor, and I seek your protection from the interjection by the Right Honorable Member and the chairperson of the General Purpose, my chairperson. And I'd beg him to refrain from doing that because as I wanted to wind up and sit down and just put it right, because this matter is in record, is in the Hansard. And he should stop being provocative and stop misleading this House, because when I stated the issue of the contribution, I said the pictorial position presents that there are 2 partner states which have 0 contribution to date. And I said 5 partner states have already contributed. And out of those 2, I said 1 is in arrears, which is exceeding 18 months, and 1 that is still can pay within this remaining days and be within the payment period. That's what I said. And I did say 2 partner states in deep arrears. So he should, first of all, Mr. Speaker, before I proceed, withdraw that allegation that he's making against me in this House. And I take it as an offense. And I take it because he wants to confuse you and confuse the entire membership here.
Honorable.
He should not be acting that way. He should always listen carefully before interjecting. Because I'm sure I'm the one who said it and the records are clear here. He should not mislead the House.
Honorable Makame, I think that it's very easy just to give the information you have. You said 30th of November, 2 partner states have 0 contribution and others have areas. It's written somewhere. Those are figures. You can give them. And then you continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the partner states that have 0 contribution up to 30th November, 0 contribution for this financial year, is the Democratic Republic of Congo and Republic of Rwanda. 30th November this year, yes. Yes. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I can table also the evidence that up to date, the Republic of Rwanda has 12% contribution. The Republic of Rwanda has 12%. It is in the recent F&A meeting that took place in Zanzibar, a report of which I shared in the EALA group. And that is an authentic report. I can beg to lay it on the table to substantiate those claims that 2 partners did not pay. And that is what is coming from Eyes of 30th, which I have it. I will lay it before the House. Thank you.
Honorable Makame, we don't need to fight. It was just to get this information. I think the matter is resolved. We cannot proceed.
Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, I didn't want to indulge much into this matter, but the records are there. We can retrieve them for later official references.
Yes.
But that is the record, and the record is very clear. So, Mr. Speaker, let me just now urge the council.
Clarification, right, Honorable Speaker. Just clarification, information.
Yes,
maybe.
Honorable Ndangiza.
Yes.
Please
Thank you,
be
right, Honorable
brief.
Speaker. Yes, I'm really surprised because Rwanda has been in good books in terms of payment. And I know by the time of the summit, which was even before 30th, Rwanda had paid around 900,000 US$, which is 12%, as Honorable Mukulia said, and that was before 30th of November. And Rwanda doesn't have any areas. We know how we pay. It pays in its quotas, and by June, there is no area whatsoever. So I just wanted to clarify that, right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I think, Honorable Makame Kanai, can we proceed?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I'm referring to is a genuine report from the Council of Ministers. And Mr. Speaker, the Council deliberated prior to the sitting of the summit. And what I stated is that that is a fact. Now, let's not indulge in that. What I said again, the Republic of Rwanda, the Honorable Ambassador has said, is good in good records, always pays in time. And as I said here, there are two countries which have not paid as to 30th November. But I said one is within the 6 months. The second one has exceeded the 18 months. And that's what I said. And that is what I said. And I never said that I'm saying that the Republic of Rwanda has not paid, or but for this particular, for 18 months. What I'm saying, but for this particular 6 months, no. Yes, for this particular 6 months, not yet. That is the record I have in the Council of Ministers. But that's not an issue because it is within the 6 months as stipulated in 23.5. Mr. Speaker, you know, the bad thing about me, or the good thing about me is I don't call a spade a big spoon. I call a spade a spade. And when the Republic of South Sudan had not paid, and the records were presented that way, it had not paid. But the good thing is, because the Republic of South Sudan assumed the chairship, they had to come with the license of being the chair.
I think information.
Honorable
So,
Makame,
Mr. Speaker, let me withdraw that, and let's move with sanity. Now, Mr. Speaker, what I'm urging is that we should be implementing the rules, regulations, the treaty, the protocols, the way we have agreed. We follow the timelines, we observe and adhere to them. And I beg to support the motion submitted by Honorable Karobi as moved. Thank you.
Right, Honorable, some clarification, just a minute.
Yes, clarify.
Please.
Honorable members, Honorable Gideon, you asked for clarification?
Just for a minute, I will not
Yes,
prolong.
please, 1 minute.
Okay. Thank you, Right Honorable. I want to give this clarification to the mover of the motion, my colleague, Honorable Minor, just for him to know the weight of the motion itself, because Article 43, 143 and Article 146 are very heavy articles of our treaty, and they touch at the bottom of our intention to have the East African community. Article 146.1, if I could read verbatim, the summit may suspend a partner state from taking part in the activities of the community if that partner state failed to observe and fulfill the fundamental principles of the treaty, which are under Article 6, and they are here, they are A, B, C, D, E, F. If I can read those ones, you will know that no single partner state that will not be sanctioned or not be suspended. We shall suspend all of our partner states and we will move nowhere. Because here under these fundamental principles, they include A, mutual trust, political will, and sovereign equality. B, peaceful coexistence, good neighborness. And C, peaceful settlement of disputes. D, which is very weighty, good governance, including adherence to the principles of democracy, the rule of law, accountability, transparency, social justice, equal opportunities, gender equality, as well as the recognition, promotion, and protection of human people's rights in accordance with the provision of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. E, equitable distribution of benefits, and F, cooperation for mutual benefits. Those are the first to be considered when applying Article 146 before you go to financial regulation, financial obligation. So I want to beg my honorable member that Article 143 is a whole. You cannot escape that. We will pass it, but it will encompass everything in it. Article 46, as quoted in the motion, unless if it is adjusted, will also carry the whole thing. So we have to think what we are about to do. Thank you.
Now,
All right, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Maina.
Yes, thank you, Speaker.
Then I will give the floor to Honorable Blacks, who has been insisting, and that's all.
Yes, thank you, Speaker, Honorable Speaker. I appreciate the wisdom of my good brother, Triple G, Honorable Gideon. Like I said, this motion is open to amendments. It is not cast in stone. And it is in the best interest of our community. Whatever will be passing or whatever will be adopting as an assembly, let it be in the best interest of the community. So the motion is actually open to also amendments by the members. Thank you.
You accept that your motion should be adopted, amended?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as amended. Looking at the issues that have been raised by Honorable Gideon and also the other honorable members who had raised issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Blacks.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I don't want to waste time. I only wanted to argue my brother to consider Article 143 entirely and with amendment, because the spirit captures that. I beg to not waste time and submit, Honorable Speaker.
And now I need
clarification, right, Honorable. Clarification.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, right, Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to conclude on the point of clarification. I was seeking from the Council of Ministers. Based on my submission, I wanted to seek clarification from the Council. One, as to why the contribution to the operations of the community in terms of funding are getting smaller and smaller every financial year. You know, from over 120 million down to below 100 million. And two, whether it is in the interest of the community that our objectives are fulfilled by us funding the activities fully, or by allowing other entities to fund what they want, not what we want to achieve as a community. So that's the clarification I'm seeking from the Council of Ministers. One, why the budget is reducing. Two, whether we are interested in funding fully the key objectives of this community. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Further clarification, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Samali.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. And I want to thank my dear brother, the Honourable Maina Mwangi, for moving this motion. The clarification I'm seeking is in line with the sensitivity of this very matter as it has been put. Just like you have seen, right Honourable Speaker, the debate and the emotions it has enlisted. Of course, you limited the debate, and I agree with that. But the reason why he moved this motion is that the community has been struggling with partner states adhering to their financial obligations. And these contributions have been coming directly from the budgets of the partner state. Now, the summit endorsed a financing mechanism, which I'm told I've not read the details of it, 65% based on equal contributions, and then 35% based on the assessed gross domestic product, the GDP of a country. Now, the problems we have been grappling with is that partner states will budget for their contribution to the community and then remit either quarterly or twice in a year or once. Some of them would even bring the contributions once, at once. Some of them will not remit the contributions until after 1 or 2 or 3 years. But of course, that situation has now improved, right, Honourable Speaker. Now, our problem has been that whenever there would be a problem in a partner state, then that partner state would, either because of war or disaster or some emergencies, a partner state would delay to remit. Now, this new financing mechanism, it was supposed to cure that problem. But when you look at how that financing mechanism is going to be, is that still partner states are going to remit the monies, the funding, just like they have been doing before. So that's why it makes the motion of the Honorable Maina Mwangi still relevant. That partner states at one time may fail or may delay to remit, but those that delay have no problem. But those that fail to remit, that's why we are talking of invoking Article 143, that's about sanctions, and then 146 about suspension. So, right Honourable Speaker, the clarification which I want to seek from Council here is how effective is this new financing mechanism, and how different is it going to be from the one that we are just disbanding, right Honourable Speaker? I beg you to submit.
Thank you. I now give the floor to I still have 2 members, Honorable Victor and Honorable Dr. Magembe, and the Chair for Rules and Procedure. Then we stop there.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the floor given. Allow me to contribute to a debate of this motion. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I would want to thank the mover of this motion, but I will support it in one part with an exception. And for this one, I want to be on record. I support the motion, but I don't support the sanctions, because if we take into consideration the fact that the countries have to seriously battle to be admitted to be part of this big family. I do believe that any country cannot afford to willingly default to honor its commitments. Mr. Speaker, what is true and what I believe, our countries have problems, serious economical, financial problems. You can recall, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, after a very long global financial crisis, it came COVID-19 with its negative impact on the economies of countries, and this one across the globe, inclusive the East African community. Here and there, we hear wars, climate emergencies that cause food and fuel, energy crisis. And some countries now are going through galloping inflation and very heavy public debt. So now, the summit member that are the ones to take those sanctions are aware enough of this situation. That is why in their wisdom, they sometimes take some decisions like to waive areas for some countries. So I don't think we have to put a sanction. Instead, we can encourage the spirit of solidarity, complementarity, and the equity between partner states. You remember the community has planned to attain a single currency by 2024. Now it is not, all countries are behind schedule because they failed to meet macroeconomic convergence criteria, meaning that the economic financial issues are real in our partner states. That is why I support the motion with the exception of the sanctions I beg to submit.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. I'd like to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity and also congratulate you on the way you're running the House today. You are now officially a fish in water. Please keep it up. I would also like to condole with you, Right Honorable Speaker, and with the United Republic of Tanzania. I think the Prime Minister mentioned the death toll today was 57 million. It's a lot of lives. So we'd like to thank, how many? 7 people. How many? 57, sorry. I apologize. That's what I meant. That's what I meant. I would also like to thank the Republic of Rwanda for their hospitality. This is the second time we're having a plenary here, and it is fast becoming one of my favorite venues for activities. Beautiful country, beautiful people. Right Honorable Speaker, on the onset, I would like to say that I support the motion, but I have my own ideas on this issue of contribution. Right Honorable Speaker, I don't enjoy this motion. It is not a good motion for camaraderie, but it is necessary for us to speak about it. And therefore, I would like to support the movers for bringing it here, but honestly, it makes me a little uncomfortable, and I want to explain why. Right Honorable Speaker, we need to focus on the efforts of each country, as said by Right Honorable Victor. We need to focus on their efforts, on contribution, and to focus on what is the goal of the community. The goal of the community is to have a mutual beneficial economic rec. And the members of Summit understand this very well. And this is why they are always very accommodating on this topic. They even forgive each other's partner states. And I think that we need to, because they are our leaders, we need to take the same type of energy, and it must trickle down all the way to our people on the ground. And if we don't do that, I don't think that we can reach the goals that we want to, whether it's by 2030, 2050, 50-50. Now, let me, although Honorable Victor has taken a lot of my points, but there's something that I wish to explain to you a little bit. You cannot compare the Republic of Kenya, the United Republic of Tanzania, with the Republic of South Sudan. The Republic of South Sudan is a nation that's not even 20 years old. Okay, the United Republic of Tanzania is over 60 years old. You know, we've had a lot more time to organize our systems. We've had a lot more time to see what works and what doesn't work. We have to give South Sudan the same time and energy while putting our arm around them as our sister nation and move together in the same direction. The national economy, I'm a lawyer, I know a little bit of economics. An economy or a national economy is basically the sum of the total transactions within its borders. Okay, and one of the metrics which are used to determine the size or growth of an economy is the GDP per capita, which is the amount an individual, such as Ngwaru, contributes to each country's economy. Okay, so in Kenya, per capita, per person, a person contributes 1,851 United States dollars annually. In South Sudan, an individual contributes $400. Kenyans contribute almost 4 times the amount that a South Sudanese contributes to the economy. All of you have been in Tanzania. That means that an average person in South Sudan contributes 1 million shillings to the economy. Okay, if you want me to give you the other countries as well, Uganda, 990, Tanzania, 1,326, the Republic of Burundi, 273. So we cannot enforce, if we really want to move forward as a community and as one rec, we cannot enforce these laws unilaterally. We can't do that. What we have to do is to look at efforts. For example, I would like to congratulate the Republic of Burundi. They are behind. They are behind. They have serious economic problems, which they are grappling with and fighting with. But every year, they contribute, they contribute. They keep moving, they keep moving, they contribute. They find US dollars. They have problems with sanctions, but they find, they look, and they contribute. That is the spirit that we need from members in our community. As long as a member of the community is doing that, there's no need for noise. So with that contribution, Right Honorable Speaker, I support the motion. The motion, I think, is brought with good intentions, but I think that we need to focus rather on the goal of moving the community forward. We will get, I always tell my brother, the Right Honorable Hassan, that he wants the community to be complete in 2025. And I always tell him that we will get there when we get there, as long as we're moving in the right direction. And I believe it's the same with this issue. Right Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable. Now you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity that you have given to me. Mr. Speaker, I have few issues I want to share with my fellow members of the Parliament. Mr. Speaker, to my understanding, the community we have is a treaty-based community. It is founded on a treaty signed by the partner states on 30th November 2009. Sorry, in 1999. Mr. Speaker, as we all are aware that treaty is a contract, and a treaty, like the other contracts, despite of providing for the right to the members who endorsed that treaty, it is also create obligation to the member states. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear from the provisions of Article 132, Sub-Article 4, that this treaty has imposed obligation to the member state who has endorsed the contract, the treaty, and to those who has assented to join in the community. Mr. Speaker, the obligation is very clear that member states should contribute to the financial, contribute to the finance of the community. It has been stated by that provision that they have to equally contribute. This, Mr. Speaker, is an obligation, and there's no way it can be it can be either skipped by the member state. Once you endorse to the treaty for the establishment of the community, then you have the obligation to contribute to the finance of the community. Mr. Speaker, why do members contribute to the community? The same Article 132, Sub-Article 5, has clearly provided that the community has its own finance activities. It is called finance activities of the community. The community needs money for its own budget. And one of the institution or organ of the community is our assembly. We are all aware how the assembly is suffering for the members, for the failure of the members to contribute. Mr. Speaker, allow me to take you to the preamble for the formation of the community. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear from the preamble of the establishment of the East African community that the member states stated that they are determined to strengthen their economic, social, cultural, political, and technological ties for their fast, balanced, and sustainable development by the establishment of the East African community. Mr. Speaker, member states, before signing of this treaty, they were all aware that it will have financial implication. That is why they have said they are determined to strengthen their economic, social, cultural, and technological ties. Mr. Speaker, it is also very clear from the in any wherever there is an obligation, there is also a manner to enforce that obligation. And in our treaty, Mr. Speaker, the treaty has provided for the sanctions. Sanction to the member who has defaulted to comply or to execute the obligation imposed by the treaty. And that is why we have Article 143 and also 146. The rationale of having these sanctions is to make sure that the obligations of the treaty are complied by the member state. The aim here is not only is not aiming to punish members, but to remind members that you will be punished in case you don't contribute to the community. Mr. Speaker, this cannot be avoided. It is an obligation. It is a requirement of the articles of the treaty. And members who has assented to the treaty, they are all aware that they are supposed to be bound. They are bound by this Article 143 and 146. They are supposed to contribute. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is my humble view that the resolution presented by Honorable Maina is very important, and it ought to be adopted by this assembly so that it will bring the attention of the member states that they have a financial obligation to the community, and the failure of complying with that obligation, they are going to face punishment stated under Article 143 and Article 149. Mr. Speaker, I humbly submit.
Honorable members, I have taken enough time to listen to you. And the motion we have on the floor is very, very important, very sensitive. The mover himself had agreed to consider the contribution of Honorable Mukulia, and others members have contributed in a different way. And in my opinion, as your speaker, I propose that this motion we will not adopt it today. I propose that the mover should go back and get ready and bring it back again when he have considered all of these contributions. So come next time.
Speaker.
I'm sorry I have ruled. If it's about this issue, I have ruled. We go to the next item.
Item inter alia motion for a resolution
Right Honorable
assembly
Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker.
recommending.
If it's about your motion,
yes,
I don't give you the floor. We proceed.
Okay.
Clerk.
Motion inter alia. Motion for a resolution of the Assembly recommending to the Council of Ministers and partner states to ban the export of raw hides and skins and the importation of leather products in the community. Resumption of business interrupted.
Members, this motion has been moved by Honorable Sankok, and he had been seconded during the first meeting of second session of the Assembly. Now I invite Honorable Sankok to justify his motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to justify this motion. Honorable Speaker, information is power. And this motion has culminated from research done by my own office, researchers paid by the East African Community Ministry from Kenya, the EAC Research Office, as well as the Legal Department of EAC based in Arusha. Honorable Speaker, Kenya slaughters 2.5 million cows annually, plus 1 million that dies from drought and diseases. Yet it imports 25 million pairs of shoes, leather shoes. United Republic of Tanzania slaughters 3.9 million cows annually, and 1.5 million die because of diseases and drought. Yet it imports 30 million pairs of shoes. Uganda slaughters 1.5 million cows annually, 0.5 million dies out of hunger, yet we don't have the information on importation of shoes in Uganda because there is a ban on importation of the same. DRC slaughters 2 million cows annually, 0.5 million die of drought and diseases, and yet it imports 20 million pairs of shoes. Rwanda, 0.5 million cows slaughtered annually. We don't have the data on how many die of drought and diseases, yet it imports 5 million pairs of shoes. Republic of South Sudan slaughters 1 million cows annually, 0.3 million dies out of drought and hunger and diseases, yet it imports 10 million pairs of leather shoes. Burundi slaughters 0.1 million cows annually. We don't have data on how many dies out of drought and diseases, and import 0.7 million pairs of shoes annually. So, Honorable Speaker, we in East Africa have hides from our cows slaughtered and dead by around 15.3 million. Each cow hide can produce 20 pairs of shoes. That means East African community can be able to produce 310 million pairs of shoes annually. We import to this market 91 million pairs of shoes in total in the whole of East African community. We have 1 or 2 million school-going children who require leather shoes. We have 1 million, close to 1 million police and army officers who at all time wear leather shoes. Honorable Speaker, this one does not even include skins and hides from goats, sheep, and camels. So we can easily be able to supply this market and export if we have industries and utilize our hides and skin. That's why I'm seeking this House to resolve to urge the Council of Ministers to ban importation of leather products and exportation of raw leather. Honorable Speaker, if this one happen, we will be able to have industries worth 30 billion US dollars of the leather industry within the East Africa community. Honorable Speaker, East African community unemployment rate is 5%. And this proposal, when it goes through, will come up with leather industries across the East African community that will be able to employ not less than 15 million people. Honorable Speaker, the benefits, if we ban this importation of leather products and ban exportation of raw leather to other countries, Honorable Speaker, because you find we export raw leather at a very small price. Then value added in India, China, and other places, our own leather sent back to us at a very high price, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the benefit is that we'll be having revenue in terms of taxes. If we talk of 16% from the 30 billion US dollar industry, then the East African Community Economic Bloc can easily make 4.8 billion Kenya shillings in terms of value added tax. Honorable Speaker, we will be able to increase our export because I've said we are able to produce locally 310 million pairs of shoes, yet our need is around 91 million pairs of shoes. Honorable Speaker, meaning we'll be exporting. If we export finished products, we'll increase our export, reduce our import because we are no longer importing leather products. Therefore, we will be able to strengthen our local currencies. Honorable Speaker, another benefit is that the farmers who are poorly paid across the East African community will be able to earn, because in countries like Australia, the leather is more expensive than the meat from the cow, Honorable Speaker. But here, Honorable Speaker, in our own countries, our leather is eaten by dogs, is eaten by hyenas. Our leather goes to waste. We utilize locally around 7% of our leather. We export another almost 8%. The remaining goes to waste, Honorable Speaker. That is why we are saying, if then we increase, the value of cows will go up. And that means those farmers who are at the bottom of our economic pyramid will increase their earning. This is a bottom-up economic model or approach. Honorable Speaker, we'll also be able to broaden our tax base because those farmers will have the financial muscles and the purchasing power. And when they purchase, they end up paying VAT, they end up paying taxes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the only disadvantage that this motion have is that there are those people who earn from importation of leather products. They are in that total chain, there is 100,000 people who earn from importation of leather products, the importers and those who are suppliers and so on. Honorable Speaker, but if you lose 100,000 jobs and create 1.2 million, I think the advantages outweigh the disadvantage. Honorable Speaker, if we are able to have leather products, more than 300 million pairs of shoes, jackets, leather jackets, wallets, belts, all written made in East African community, we will be able to take advantage of our economic bloc, which is the economic bloc all over the world that have the longest coastline of approximately 5,500 kilometers. It is only our economic bloc that touches on two major oceans, Atlantic Ocean, as well as the Indian Ocean and the Gulf of Eden, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, so all products that we'll be able to produce here will be exported to all over the world. The last bit, Honorable Speaker, that I want to mention is that this investment in leather industry is a labor-intensive investment. It is not capital-intensive investment. You require very little money to be able to set up industry. And what the government have to do is not to set aside any budgetary allocation, not to set aside any finances, only to ban, and they will be mushrooming of these industries because they are labor-intensive, they are not capital-intensive. When poor countries invest in capital-intensive, it means they have to borrow to be able to support that investment or to finance that investment. But when poor countries invest in labor-intensive, what they require is labor. And as East African community bloc and even the whole of Africa, we are blessed with the human capital. Our youth are totally unemployed, most of them. I've said it's almost 15% the rate of unemployment. 15 million youth within East African community are not employed. This is a labor capital that we need to utilize using the labor-intensive investment like the leather industry and even the timber industry. Honorable Speaker, with those very many remarks, I wish to submit and urge this House, please support this motion. It is very necessary, it is very timely, and I'm sure we will all reap from it and our countries will reap from it. Thank you so much for listening to me. I've seen there is no even talking. They have really listened and understood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Sankok. The motion you moved on the floor is that this assembly do resolve to add the Council of Ministers and the partner states to ban export of raw hides and skins and the importation of leather products into the community. Debate is open. Honorable Dr. Ito and Dr. Blacks. Then we go on that side, Honorable Gideon and Honorable James. And Honorable Sadia. And this side, we had two. That's okay. I give the floor to Honorable Dr. Ito. Please.
Thank you very much. Right.
Please, you have 3 minutes. Do not go beyond 3 minutes.
Try. I'm short.
Yes.
Always.
Thank you.
In every way. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important debate. In fact, Honorable Sankok has actually totally convinced me about the economy of stopping or banning the exportation of hides and skins. He also justified what would happen when we ban it? The fact that the economy would expand, new jobs would be created, and the fact that if we export raw material, we give the opportunity for value addition to other countries. But I have one thing that I'm suggesting that Honorable Sankok recognizes and adds. It's not enough to ban exportation. One of the reasons why we cannot export enough is the poor quality hides and skins that we produce. And therefore, I'm suggesting that he expands this motion by adding, urging the partner state to increase investment in that development of the leather industry so that we improve in the technology, in the processing, so that we actually end up having good quality leather and good quality shoes. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Now we go to Honorable Blacks.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate the Honorable Sankok for taking a deliberate move to try to create work for East Africa to produce for the world. Right Honorable Speaker, the market that Honorable Sankok is talking about is not only going to be within East Africa, but it's also important that as EAC, we protect what we have. One of the biggest resources that we have is within the skin and hides that we have. Right Honorable Speaker, if you go abroad, our crafts, African crafts, basically produced within the EAC, a pair can even go up to $50. That is a justification, Right Honorable Speaker, that we have quality, but we now have our people borrowing loans, but inside borrowing to import shoes, bags, and the ones that only stay for 2 weeks. Right Honorable Speaker, we have a leather which is just maybe a sugar.
Honorable Black, some members, they should be in order. You can continue.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My justification is that we will now have our governments and investors borrowing to improve on the market that we have in terms of quality assurance. The question that colleagues are having is about the quality, but we can address the issue of quality so that instead of going to bring shoes, leather shoes that only spend 2 weeks, we can then invest in terms of getting the quality. We can have government supporting young people so that maybe every county now will have an industry that can produce the shoes, that can produce belts, that can produce whatever that we use within all of us seated in here. We have something that's attached to leather. If we only stop that and all of us acquired within our own market, Right Honorable Speaker, we will be promoting and protecting what we have. I just don't want to waste a lot of time, but only ask Honorable Sankok maybe to improve in terms of this research so that it's tabulated and it has sources of where it has come from for us to empower the people that are going to be dealing with this specific aspect in terms of where we want to take this motion and arguing for also information, because education, when you don't have information, then you don't have power to speak. Once you have information, you have the power to speak. This will also help the council and all of us that will be taking decision in this aspect. Right Honorable Speaker, we are creating employment for East Africans, and we want to attract the world outside East Africa to come and invest here. We are not saying they should not come and invest. They should come and invest, bring factories within, but use the materials that we have here without expecting it as a raw material. Right Honorable Speaker, that is one way of creating the jobs. That's one way of attracting the investors to come and build within and also improve in terms of the value of what we want to produce. Right Honorable Speaker, if this is intentional, we will add the value and we will outcompete. I beg to submit and second the motion.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Gideon.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I will be short, but not really short like Dr. Anne said. But I will be really short. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand to support the motion by Honorable Dr. David Ole Sankok. I am a cattle keeper, and we, the cattle keepers, always stand together with one another. But this is an important issue in the East African community. Right Honorable Speaker, I would be interested to debate on the issue of creating employment and promoting innovation. You know, we cannot promote innovation when we don't know that we have an alternative for these innovators to be able to exploit in terms of working with the leather industry. Right Honorable Speaker, in my time in this great country, the Republic of Rwanda, I was among the beneficiaries who went to see a factory in the special economic zone. A factory, if I remember, was called C&D Products. It's a clothing factory that employed 6,000 people from the Republic of Rwanda. So you can imagine one factory giving that capacity in terms of employment. If we have several factories in our region to be able to manufacture leather products, then we can be able to guarantee opportunity for jobs and employment for our youth in the East African community. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Procedure, Honorable Speaker.
Procedure.
Honorable Speaker, under Rule 47, interruption of debates and members' speech. Rule 47D, upon a point of information, clarification, and elucidation being raised. Honorable Speaker, I would like to get the interpretation of the word urge in the motion, because we know business has so many dimensions. It can't only be determined by protectionism. Sometimes protection makes businessmen to relax and become obese instead of being competitive. So I would like to get the meaning of the word urge. Some of our partner states, in fact, are competitive in other areas, and we don't have the capacity to process the hides and the skins. We would rather deal with other things instead of going into the business of making shoes. In fact, for us, Baganda, it is even a shame to do it. So I seek the interpretation of the word urge, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Gideon.
Let me wind up quickly, Right Honorable Speaker, before being again interrupted. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to encourage my brother, Honorable Dr. Sankok, that yes, we are supporting you, as I mentioned, to have this motion passed, but also we look into a law that make sure provides some measures for enforcement in the region to effect this ban. So look forward to also generating a law in the future.
Information.
So that we can.
Information.
I'll take from my senior there.
Thank you. I think the law is already there. When you look at the East African Customs external tariff, all those who are importing leather, the tariff rate is high. And the other countries like Uganda, they have put a prohibitive export of leather. But in this motion, which is important, which my brother has said, all the partner states we have, the business is being led by private sector-led growth. The moment other partner states are getting it as a revenue base, the moment you say that you want to protect and ban, then you are causing an injury to what people could help you to develop. the capacity of leather industry. I think what is important in this is a thorough research must be made so that we get a legal framework that can bind the partner states within quotes, thinking about this business, how much governments are supposed to invest in to have the capacity to promote the leather industry within our countries. I begged.
Let me conclude. Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I want to give those few words and few remarks for support of the motion. I know it needs a lot of issues to be addressed, as said by the honorable members, but I'm not going to respond to the information by my colleague. It is going direct to the motion of the mover. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit and support the report.
Thank you. Now we give the floor to Honorable Sadia, then Honorable Dorothée. And then, sorry, Honorable James, Honorable Sadia, and Honorable Dorothée. Virtually.
Right Honorable Speaker, one, I want to declare that, I'm also a cow keeper, a livestock keeper. And I fully support the motion. And I want to encourage my brother, Dr. Sankok, to morally understand that, livestock keepers within the region are fully in support of what he says. We hear him. But again, a contribution from members of parliament that we should rethink and do a critical analysis and research to come up with data that will convince the council. But also, Honorable Speaker, I also take this opportunity to urge the council to think and take it as a challenge for this big industry that supports many East Africans. If I mention a few, we have livestock keepers in Kenya, Tanzania, Sudan, Uganda, Burundi, Rwanda, across the board. It is an industry that employs a lot of people and also would encourage farmers to continue instead of us importing only hides and also making our cows or livestock being cheap. This will also increase the value of our own livestock. I had a chance at a point to travel to Bangladesh, and I saw the industry. It's a big industry that employs millions and billions of Bangladesh, Bangladeans. I don't know how those ones. And I would still think if our governments in our different partner states really concentrate on this big resource that we have, we must move to another level. I would just want to really say Tanzania is the biggest, second after Ethiopia, that has a lot of livestock. So I support the motion. It's timely, but then I urge my brother, Dr. Sankok, to do more research and come with conclusive and convincing data on how we could move forward. But morally, it's a good one, and congratulations, and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James Milia. Now I give the floor to Honorable Sadia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. So, Honorable Speaker, based on the elaboration by the mover, as me, I'm the main seconder of the motion. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are talking about employment to our youth. It is time for us to think big about our population. How useful can we make our population? And this industry is a heavy industry. So if we ban importation, and if we ban importation and also exportation, means that we will have to develop our local industries. And to my information, and also I remember I shared with some members, we have business people in Uganda, the traders. They have the factories, they are doing it. And for us, as South Sudanese in Sudan, they have good shoes and bags. If we can do it, why not? For us to ban it and we concentrate. I know it won't be a something of today or tomorrow. It will take time, but it is time for us to think beyond that. So we need employment for our youths, to make our youth useful, because with that, nobody will think for you. Imagine looking at China with the population they have, but they make very useful of their population. So it is time for us as East Africans to develop this sector, because it is a heavy machinery sector that would employ many youths. So as my brother Saranda, Honorable Siranda said, you know, if we ban, we would like to see that international industries, factories, will come and partner with our local industries. Because now, if we ban and we continue producing internally, definitely we will have factories coming to partner with us to add value. So with that, I don't see any fear. So it is not a matter of today or tomorrow, but it is something that we have to take action toward it. By that time, we will have, even if in 1 year or 2 years to come, we will have something useful for our community. So I really second this motion, and I urge all my honorable colleagues to support Honorable Sankok. I know it will take time for us, because we want to effect our Article 79. We want to promote, you know, we have our traders, like the one of Uganda. There was a video clip. He's saying now for them, they have to import from Kenya. And it is very expensive, because imagine as a region. So like in my country, I want to say, we don't have any tannery. So this motion will set as an eye-opener especially for my country, so that we can make best use of these hides and these skins. So with this few, Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Sadia. Now I give the to Honorable Dorothée, who is virtually following us. Honorable Dorothée, is she around? I am told that she has left. Then I give the floor to any member of the Council of Ministers if they want to contribute.
Right, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Right, Speaker. I want to be very brief. One is that I support this motion, but with amendment. I'm also proposing an amendment. The amendment I'm proposing is for us to substitute, if the mover of the motion supports and agrees with me, that we substitute the word ban with the regulation, with regulate. Instead of ban, we substitute with the word regulate. Because if we are regulating, it means we shall be able to regulate how much we can export and how much we can remain with to process locally. And this one will also provide us room for development of the industry itself. As you may be aware, and from the submissions of many of the seconders of these motions, those my earlier colleagues, they are saying we don't have capital, we don't have the industries here, the factories, the machinery, name it. In fact, if I quote the words of Honorable Siranda, he says we borrow money. You are even talking of borrowing. Where are you going to borrow from? So you are even going to borrow from probably banks or countries that have been importing. So that will make it very difficult. You are banning to export to their countries, and then you are going there for money to come and develop. You can see how paradoxical that is. So that one, in fact, from the words of my sister, you'll be perpetuating the perpetuation of the problems. So that is why I'm supporting the amendment. And then another one, maybe on a lighter note, Mr. Speaker, many of the speakers, including the move of the motion, they are cattle keepers. I have been relating with cattle keepers, Mr. Speaker. Incidentally, many of these cattle keepers, I don't know what you are going to do with these skills you are talking about, because many of you do not kill cows. Many of these cattle keepers, Mr. Speaker, they are very proud of keeping as many herds as possible and looking at them, and they end up growing of old age. So, but so the skills and whatever you are talking about, where are you going to get them from? But that's just on a lighter note, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
You are welcome. Thank you.
Just 1 second, Right Honorable
Yes, please.
Speaker. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I moved with what Honorable Musamari has said, because I was also very convinced by Honorable Dr. Sankok, but I felt the word ban was so extreme. And therefore regulate, in my view, would be helpful, because again, we have to remember that East Africa is a market-driven economy. If anything, we agree liberalization. And when we say we open our markets, it means you cannot close. But if you talk about regulation, I think we'll be able now to manage and say, okay, how do we build our internal capacity so that we have a level as we regulate and also allowing imports, we can even increase the taxes of leather that is coming from outside. And then, of course, the issue of branding. We brand our leather to an extent that made in East African leather is better than outside leather, to an extent that everyone will feel happy to buy something from East Africa, good quality and probably affordable. So I want also to support it, but with support Honorable Msamari with the word regulation, and then also request Honorable Dr. Sankok to take up some of these ideas so that we broaden the scope of this motion, but also contextualize it within the EAC community, improve the capacity of our pastoralists. The issue of branding is critical as we build our capacity at the local level, but also allowing exports. I think a time will come when East Africans will be proud to buy leather made in East Africa. Otherwise, I support with the amendment. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Speaker, I also, with your permission, want to add my voice to the rebranding of the word ban with regulation, on the basis that with the word ban, we can invite retaliation from other trading blocs and partners. We don't live in an island called the East African Community, and leather is not our only business. We have so many things that we want to create ourselves, not only into a market, but into a manufacturing hub to export beyond East Africa, to SADC, to the continental Africa free trade area. So therefore, and to even these countries, today, if you say if there an intention was demonstrated that East Africa wanted to ban the export of leather or Italian shoes into this place, the European Union can ban the export of our coffee and our tea and other products. So I think we, as a trading bloc, we must be more conciliatory and more strategic. I know in Kenya, for instance, to improve on the leather sector, the president appointed a very leading businessman as a member of the the chairperson of the Kenya Leather Board, and has been given capacity to try and re-energize the Kenya Leather Board. And as you said, you can put tariffs and taxes. Today in Kenya, to export furniture from outside this region, what you need to pay for, you'd rather just buy that furniture internally.
So therefore, you impose restrictions in different strategies rather than a complete ban. Let us compete in this region. Let us compete with the community of actors and family of actors. There are people who psychologically just like to put on an Italian shoe. Make it hard for him to put on an Italian shoe so that he can go to this shoe that Sadia talked about in South Sudan, by ensuring that there's good quality and competitiveness has been assured. So therefore, I want to support the words really matter. So therefore, yes, we support the leather industry. Yes, we support this motion, but with qualifications that we instead regulate rather than ban.
Mr. Speaker, sir, can I give a bit of information as a matter of... Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sorry to come in late. I also want to support the idea that we regulate, and I don't have to deliberate on that for long. And I also wish to see an effort, interventions made in those areas where we have East Africans keeping cattle, in terms of building those leather processing industries in those particular areas, because indeed there is hides and skins. And also to say, in form of information, that many communities that were cattle keeping are actually turning into becoming cattle farmers. These are livestock farmers. Many of them are actually becoming livestock farmers. So we cannot really keep the mentality that cattle keepers are keeping only large herds of cows and do not have the capacity to become industrialists and actual modern farmers. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the mover of the motion. I support it.
Thank you. The Council of Ministers, do you want to contribute? Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Maybe a little bit more. In principle, we supported the motion with the proposed amendments. I would say that banning is harsher, but regression is also not less harsh. Maybe we would say to encourage export of processed skin, processed products, encouragement of processed products. I submit.
I give the floor to the mover to reply and consider the contribution the members have.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, for this particular support that you have been given, because, Honorable Speaker, no one have opposed this motion. They have instead improved on this motion, which is very positive, and I take it positively because it is being supported. Honorable Speaker, as I beg to reply, I want to inform members that this is a labor-intensive investment that does not really require a lot of finances, because there is what we call labor-intensive and capital-intensive. Honorable Speaker, our forefathers used to wear leather shoes and leather products. Yet they did not have finances. They only produce. In fact, currently, we have industries of leather within our small villages of our brothers and sisters producing products that are sold as ornamental, but they are being sold within and even outside EAC economic bloc, and fetches a lot of money. Honorable Speaker, we will also have to know that the West and the other countries will always make us believe that we cannot. And we have to believe in ourselves that we can. Honorable Speaker, we're also aware that when a cow dies because of drought or disease, the meat is not edible, but the skin still remain very viable, and that it can produce shoes and it can produce leather product. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank those who have supported this motion, those who have contributed, those who have enriched this motion, starting from Honorable Dr. Ann Ito, Honorable Shiranda Blacks, Honorable Gideon Kakpan, Honorable Milia James, Honorable Sadia James, Honorable Musamari, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma Dangiza, Honorable Omar Hassan, Honorable Mary Mukenye. Yes, don't worry. You know, pronunciation depends on where you have been brought up and who was your English teacher. Honorable Kachwambwa, Honorable Kakoza. So, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply, and of course, most importantly, the council. Please give me time, you know. The council member, Honorable James, for even giving a suggestion and trying to improve on this, Honorable Speaker. And I think I accept that if we put the word regulate, is in between ban and the other that the Honorable Minister suggested. You know, the Honorable Minister must be as diplomatic as possible. So let us be in between. I accept with amendment that we use the word regulate instead of ban. I reply, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now put the question that this assembly duly resolved to urge the Council of Ministers and partner states to regulate the export of raw hides and skins and the importation of leather products into the community. Those in favor say aye. Those to the contrary say nay. The ayes nay. The ayes have it.
Item number 3 on the order paper. Report of the General Purpose Committee on the Pre-Budget Conference by way of motion.
I now invite Honorable Mukulia Kennedy, Chair of the Committee on GP, to move the motion.
Procedure, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm seeking your procedural guidance on this matter. By Friday, we will be receiving teams from other member states that are coming for the sports gala that we'll be having here in Kigali. And as the host, we also have teams that are preparing for those games. And most of the time, we try our level best to train in the evening, maybe from 5 to around 7. So wouldn't it be procedurally right for this remaining few days, Right Honorable Speaker, maybe beginning from tomorrow, that we adjust our times for sitting so that we allow our teams also to participate, go and practice, and get ready for these events that we are going to host, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg your procedural guidance on that matter. Thank you.
Clerk.
Additional information, Mr. Speaker. Additional.
Yes, Honorable Mary.
Mr. Speaker, sir, further to what Honorable Rose has said, Mr. Speaker, we have been sitting here since 10 o'clock in the morning, and I can see it is now about 6:30. And Right Honorable Speaker, you and the clerk are calling for another topic for discussion, for debate. Procedurally, I think we are tired, quite frankly, and it's not even healthy for you, Mr. Speaker, to be starting on a new debate topic at 6:30, having started at 10 in the morning, over and above the practice in sports that we are supposed to undertake every morning and evening. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. In other words, I'm saying we are really tired.
Thank you. I understand. Then I adjourn this house to tomorrow, 11 morning, but we have a commission meeting tomorrow at 10. And please be on time. Thank you.